Recording in progress. Hello.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Hi, Venkatesh. Good morning. How are you?
Yes, sir. Fine. You, sir.
Yeah, I'm good.
Had breakfast, sir.
Hello.
Hi, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Uh,
Had
so
breakfast, sir.
yeah, I had breakfast. So Venkatesh, today we'll discuss on class 8.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I said class 8 is as important as class 7.
Okay.
Okay, because class 8 talks about measurement, analysis, and improvement. Okay, this is the last class in ISO 13485.
Yes, sir.
And what it tells is first is measurement. Okay, after you do some measurement, you analyze it. Okay, analyze the results of the measurement and then improve on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is a very critical performance. As I said, like class 8 always talks about the performance of the QMS, how your QMS is performing. So how is your scope? How is your documentation? How is your management responsibilities? How is your resource management? Okay, how is your product realization? Okay, so it's it's such an important clause that okay, you can't neglect clause 8. I said clause 7 talks about the real work activities. Okay,
Yes,
like purchasing, design and development, production, okay, sterilization or sterile barrier systems, production planning, and all that are there in class 7. Okay, how to class 7 also talks about customer related property, how to preserve products, how to segregate products. But class 8 is a very different one. Okay, if you compare it with all class 8 is different because it talks about measurement, analysis, and improvement. These are very sequentially arranged. First, you measure, okay, what are the non-conformities or conformities of your organization, okay, NCs of your organization. Then you analyze them. It's not like after looking at the non-conformities, don't come to a conclusion. If there are rejections, don't come to a conclusion. Okay, if there is problem with purchasing, your raw material is not good, don't come to conclusion. Okay, you test your raw material. If your design is wrong, okay, document it. If you are any documentation in class 4, if you have not done any change control, you document it.
yes, sir.
Okay, all that if you have done management review meetings, you document it. Or you some QC reports, okay, you measure it, you do validations and you document it. And after doing that measurement and all that data, after you get it, you analyze the data. Okay, don't come to a conclusion without analysis of the data.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you analyze the data carefully, like what is the rejection rate, okay, or what are the conformities, okay, how the design and development is going on, how the documentation is, okay. It also tells us how to measure some of the things and how to analyze it. And then after analyzing it, you have to look at how you can further improve on it. Okay.
Yes,
After you analyze the parameters, you should know how to improve on your QMS. So as I told you in the beginning that uh, 13485 basically is a PDCA cycle.
yes,
Okay, plan, do, check and act.
yes,
So you have planned your activities. Okay, lot of activities you have planned, documentation, class 4, class 5, class 6, class 7. Okay, and you have done it mainly in class 6 and class, then you have done it. So class 8 tells you like now you check, okay, check what you have planned and done. Okay, check what you have planned and what you have done, check them and act on it. Okay, this is check and act stages. Class 8 talks about check and act because planning, you have done it. Okay, you have done some activities, plan, do, check and act. Okay, so now you have done all your work. You have written your scope. You have written about your documentation, management responsibilities, reviews, all that stuff, resource management in class 6. Class 7 on product realization, everything has been done. Okay, now you check it how you have done it. What is the documentation? What is your reviews? How you have done the design development? Will you?
yes, sir.
Okay. Uh, then you act on it. Act is whether you further want to improve the system or you want to keep your QMS similar or you further improve on it. So whole of clause 8, okay, talks about all this. Okay, in clause 8 you have 5 subclause and every subclause talks about how you need to monitor, okay, analyze and improve.
Yes, sir.
Measurement or monitoring or analyze, okay, and how further you need to improve on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that if you do this cycle, no, when you just if you do planning, if you do plan and you're done production, you don't understand what's happening. But if you apply clause 8, you really understand how your ISO 13485 or QMS is proceeding. So you need to check and act. So this clause will help you continuously maintain or improve, okay, product conformity and regulatory needs. So when you analyze and check it, it helps you like how my QMS is working and continuously you can improve on it and continuously you can provide quality products, okay, or product conformity. Just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
1 second, stay on.
Okay.
There, Venkatesh? Venkatesh, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I have a call from my client.
Okay, sir. No. Okay.
Uh, so what we are discussing, yeah, clause 8. See, I said like from clause 4 to 7 is all about planning and doing it. Okay, clause 8 specifically talks about how you analyze the data and how you help in improvement of that. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and as I said, every subclause of clause will have, okay, the planning, general requirements and planning. Okay, here like clause 1 requires the organization establish documented. I mean, you need to, clause 8.1 specifically says, okay, like how you are going to measure, how you are going to analyze, how you are going to improve. Okay, this has to be planned and documented. Suppose if I say these are the things which I am going to measure, what are the things you need to list down and document it? Okay, second thing, how you are going to analyze. Okay, whether you do a trend analysis or do a statistical analysis, how you are going to analyze it. Okay, then after analysis, how you are going to improve. Okay, improve on your QS system, whether it's your rejection rates or your complaints or your internal audits, based on your internal audits or your management reviews. On this, how you are going to improve your QMS. Okay, that is the general requirements that are there in clause 8.1. So you need to list down what are all that you have to measure, how you are going to analyze it, and how you are going to improve it. Okay, and that's what it said. It tells you the overall strategy for quality evaluation. Okay, it tells you like what is the strategy for you to evaluate, okay, your company quality or your company QMS, how you are evaluating it. It's not like only the external auditors will come and evaluate your company. Okay, you yourself, you as the employees of the company, you should also periodically evaluate how your company is performing and how your QMS is performing. Okay, what are the negative points where there could be improvement? There could be some positive points where further you can improve. Okay, so for this, you need to look at your quality manual. I said quality manual comes in clause 4. What is your quality man? What are your management review inputs? Okay. All this will be discussed in clause 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, and 8.5. So all these clause sub, okay. As I said, clause 8.1 is only telling us how you will plan your measurement, what are the parameters you are taking, planning your measurement, and how you analyze it, okay, and how you improve it. That
Yes, sir.
is clause 8.1. And the rest will be discussed in clause 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5. So every clause, okay, there will be lot of sections in 8.2, 8.3. So we will look into the section. This is 8.1 is very general. Okay. I will come to 8.2. Actually, this document is mainly for the auditors I have prepared, but I'll share with you what exactly clause 2 is about. I said clause 8.1 is only on general requirements on planning. Okay, I'll share one SOP on that. You can understand like what are the things we need to measure, how you analyze it, okay, how you improve it.
Yes, sir.
See, clause 8.2 is very, very important. Okay, clause 8.2 talks about how you monitor and measure your QMS. What are the different things? As I said, no, first comes monitoring and measuring. So in monitoring, measuring, what are the different things, okay, which you work on or which you take it as the input data. Okay, input data to understand how your QMS is working. Okay, what are the different activities or different reports which you will take, okay, to understand how your QMS is working. That is 8.2 is about monitoring and measurement only. Okay, later you have analysis, how you do the analysis. Then later you have complaint handling and other things like COPPA. All this comes one after the other, but all of them are important. Like 8.2 is important, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5. All these subclass are very, very important. Suppose if you look at 8.2, I said it is measurement, monitoring and measurement. So in monitoring and measurement, the first one is, these are very, very critical. There will be 6 steps in this. In 8.2, what are the things which you monitor and measure? So in this, wherein you systematically monitor and measure, okay, you should have a plan like how you are going to do monitoring and measure it. And there will be 6 critical areas in the QMS where you need to monitor and measure. Okay, in that the first one is feedback, the feedback of the customer. Okay, because you are selling lot of devices to different customers. Okay, you have lot of clients or lot of customers. The first important thing is to know how your devices are working. Are there are any problems with your devices? Or there are any negative feedbacks your devices? Are your devices doing really good, excellent? Okay. So you need to do the customer feedback. You need to go to the customer and ask like how my devices are working. Actually, you will have a customer feedback form. Okay, generally every company will have a customer feedback form. See, of late it has become so regular, not only in medical devices. If you use any product, okay, whether it's a retail product or food product or any product, even go to any service company or banking, they ask for customer feedback. How my servicing is, how my services are you satisfied, or what are the areas should I improve? See, even Amazon asks, even Zomato asks, even the software I am using for our discussion, Zoom Studio also asks every time like how uh, my software is working. Are you happy, satisfied, or what are the areas should I improve, or what are the problems you are facing? So these customer feedbacks are very, very important. Why I am telling this? Customer feedbacks will tell you, okay, like proactively what can happen to your product. Based on the customer feedback, if they say that your packing is not good, your labeling is, we are not unable, I mean, simple complaints like you are not delivering your product on time. or your packing is not good, that packing is always damaged. So I will share with you a customer feedback form. See, customer feedback includes simple things like your delivery, packing, labeling, all that. Okay. And the second important thing is the performance and safety of the product. First is on how the product is delivered, the packing, labeling is good, is it delivered on time? Okay. And the second is more important, how my product is performing. Okay, you can give them as grading 1, 2, 3 up to 10, or you can give them good, better, best, or satisfied, not satisfied. There are different ways how customer feedbacks are taken. Okay, I'm telling like it depends upon the device. Suppose I say my device is simple cotton. I'll say that I'll know what are my intended use of the sterile cotton. Then I'll say ask them mainly on the safety and performance parameter. I'll ask them whether my cotton is causing any infections because it is a sterile cotton. Is it causing any infections when you have used it? Or is it absorbing the blood completely? Or third one is uh, is it releasing any fibers? Because cotton contains a lot of fibers. It should not release any fibers on the wound or in the blood. Is it releasing any fibers? Okay. Are you able to remove the cotton properly? So there will be some parameters you will assess. And importantly, you will assess whether my cotton is able to absorb whole blood completely, or is it the absorption is partial, because it needs to absorb blood. Okay, because cotton is used in different. If it is just an outside injury, you can use cotton. If it is in surgeries, you will use cotton. Okay, surgical cotton or sterile cotton you will use. Now you have different technologies like hemostats you are using, where they are used in lot of invasive surgeries, critical surgeries in the body. Okay, you will have that feedback. And second, after taking all the customer feedback, you will have the overall customer satisfaction. You will ask, how satisfied are you with my product? You can give them grading like 1, 2, 3, 4 up to scale of 10, or you can give them satisfied, very much satisfied, not satisfied. Okay, that also you can give them. And the last most important thing is, okay, our last two important things where outlet many people are using in customer feedback forms is they will ask compared to my competitor, compared to other products, how my device is working. Because the hospitals also use similar same devices like what you are giving. It's not that they only use your device. Okay, they will also use, suppose I am giving surgical cotton, they will also have surgical cotton from some other company. I am just quoting a simple example. Okay, I can quote coronary stents or something like that. If it is high risk devices, the feedback form will be very big. Okay. So in that, as I said, the last two important thing is compared to my competitor, how my product is performing. Is it performing same? Is it superior to my, is performing better than my competitor? Okay. Or is worse than or inferior to my competitor? This is very, very important to know how your product is comparing, is working with the other products in the market. Okay, other same products in the market, how your product is doing, you need to know from your customer. Okay, this point is very, very important. How you should ask the customer, like, how my product is performing, or safety and performance of my product with the competitor. How is it? It's superior, is it inferior, or it is the same? And the last important point, okay, is this is very important for the marketing team. Actually, customer feedback will be taken by the marketing team. Okay. This is also last point is very important for the marketing team because they will ask the customer, will you suggest my product? Okay. Will you suggest my product to be used by other customers? Okay. If my product is good or if my product is better, will you suggest, okay, or would you advise other customers or other clients to use my product? So why this point is important is you can spread or you can enhance your marketing. If some customer says who has already used the product, who says that this product is used, and I tell to Venkatesh, Venkatesh, you can use this product, this is good. Okay, because I already used it. Then you will believe me because I already used it. Then you will start purchasing that product or that device. Okay, or generally the doctors or the hospitals or the lab technicians working there, they start purchasing because you have already used. So that you can, enhance your marketing. So your market increases as the customer spread the news that okay, this product is doing well, you can also use it. So on the customer feedback, see, customer satisfaction is important. Okay, but first we need to know more than the satisfaction of the customer, what the customer is feeling about our device, and it has to be true and authentic. You should not influence the customer for giving some gifts or taking him to some party, okay, or some dinner, or giving some gifts on festivals and making him happy and asking him how my product is working. Obviously, he'll say your product is good because you have gave a lot of gifts and you have given party to him. But you should have genuine customer feedbacks to know, because customer is so important. Okay, the news can spread through the customers only. You can spend thousands of crores in marketing. Okay, you can use any film actor to market your product, but nobody will use by seeing a film actor marketing your product. But I won't buy products because a film actor is advertising it. Okay, if Mahesh Babu is advertising, I don't drink Coca-Cola, or I don't drink if Salman Khan is drinking something. Okay, if some of my friends tell or some of my family members this is good, then we'll use it. I'm telling of general products, retail products like consumables. Okay, somebody says that in this brand the clothing is good, the shirts are fine, though they are getting a discount, then we'll buy it. It's not that somebody advertises is you won't buy it. Okay, some politician or somebody, some hero or heroine tells we won't buy it. Okay, it spreads by word of mouth, from word of mouth from the customers. So you need to have customer feedback. See, customer satisfaction is different. Once you take the feedback, I said feedback from very general things. Okay, general things like delivery time. Okay, how is my product delivered on time? How is my transport and packing? Is it damaged? Is the labeling fine? Is the packing fine? All this. To the very critical things like how my product is clinically performing when you use the product, how it is performing, both on safety and performance. And the third important parameter is the general issues, like not general, very important things for marketing strategy compared to my competitor, how my device is working. And the other is, would you recommend my device to other clients or other customers? Okay, this is how we do the customer feedbacks. Okay, and you should have a document for that. There will be a customer feedback form which I'll share to you. For different products, the devices, the feedback form will be different. Okay, and this is the one why this came in measurement, monitoring and measurement, because when you are capturing the voice of the customer, okay, it will tell you directly how your device is working, any problem with your devices. Okay, this is one form of monitoring how your device is working. Okay, it's not just only your QC test. Of course, QC test, all that data also is important, rejections, acceptance. Okay, but this is more important, like how the customer is feeling about your product. So, customer feedbacks 8.21, the voice of the customer. Okay, you need to document this. Whatever you will give a form, of late it has become online. Okay, like you submit in Google Forms and ask the customer to fill, because physical forms it's very difficult to fill. Earlier, people used to keep the customer feedback forms in the product package, like the AFU, and ask them to fill it. But that has changed. Now you have online system. If there is a customer in Europe, how to get the physical form? He will fill it. Some say that you take a photo and send it on WhatsApp. See, that becomes very tedious for, okay, some of the doctors who are very busy. They don't have even 5 minutes time to fill your customer feedback, to take a photo of it and send it on WhatsApp. So now we have more online systems, okay, or the Google form where they can just tick it. You should not ask the doctors or somebody to write more. You should give them in more multiple choice. Okay, or grading. Well, is my product performing? What is the overall satisfaction of my product? Okay, good, bad, worst, or something like that. Or grading, grade it from 1, 2, 3, 4 in how you will grade my products. So you should give them just within 1 minute they can complete it, because even including me, if somebody asks me to fill a form for 10 minutes on customer feedback, I don't do it. It's a waste. I think it's a waste of time. Okay. So you should have some. Actually, I developed an app for customer feedback for medical devices. Okay. Uh, on a platform, but I need to convert that. The app is there, but I need to integrate that into Android systems in the mobile. When I was doing my uh, AIML course in US, Texas, that was my project, like how to develop the PMS or the customer feedbacks online system. So once you download the app, you can easily send it to the manufacturer, okay, on the app, like how your product is doing. Because as per the standards, not standards in general, everybody says that, in also mainly in medical devices, you should have 5% of customer feedbacks. Okay, if you are selling 100 products, at least 5 products from 5 customers, you should have the feedback. Okay. If you are selling in 1,000, at least from 50 people you should. So the more customer feedbacks, you will have more data to analyze. Suppose if you are selling say 10,000 and you are having only 1 2 customers feedbacks, the data is not sufficient to analyze. Okay, and if there is only 1 2 data, it will be biased. One person will say good, one person say will bad, then you will have confusion whether it's good or bad. So the sample size of the customer feedback should be 5% of the devices you sell. So the more the data, you can analyze it more. Okay, did you get my point?
Hi, yes, sir.
Okay, this helps you to analyze the data, process the data, and identify the trends. What is the trend that is happening with my product? Is my product doing well? Can I increase the marketing? Suppose if I want, if the customer feedback is good, I can include more clients. If I have to include more clients, then I have to increase my production. It is not only production I have to increase, but I also should have the good quality of the product. Okay, you should maintain the same quality of the product, though your client base may increase. Now you have 10 clients. Maybe tomorrow, if you have 100 clients, still you should maintain the same quality. See, this is the main problem with many companies. Once the client base, the clients increase, the quality comes down. So you should maintain the same quality, though your clients increase. Okay, that is the main purpose of this. You need to analyze the data process and do the trend identification, how my product is performing. Okay, this is all about customer satisfaction, even in service report, user experience. If they are machines, diagnostic machines, you should ask them how the machine is working, how you are feeling working with the machine. That is user experience. Okay, like suppose if you have IT purchased a 65-inch TV plasma, then they will ask like, what is your experience seeing this TV? Like that medical equipment, but it will be more on the safety and performance. Okay, though customer satisfaction is important, I said, we need to know whether he's satisfied, but we should get the feedback, okay, in a more genuine, authentic manner. Okay, that is feedback of the customer. We also call this capturing the voice of the customer. It's not only for medical devices, for any devices, any products, the customer is very important. Okay, this is on non-conformities. You can look at this. What are the audit questions? So
Uh,
8.2.1 is on customer feedback. Then 8.2.2 is on complaint handling. Okay, complaints and complaint handling. I said 8.2 is on measuring and monitoring. So first one is on customer complaints, sorry, on feedback, customer feedbacks. We'll take it and see how our product is performing. Okay,
sir,
that will tell you. Yeah.
you told like with respect to complaint handling, uh, you made a like app. Mm, is it
Now,
directly
customer feedback, I made an app.
customer feedback? Okay, okay.
Okay, if I want, I can share that with you. I can share that app with you. Okay.
So you having knowledge of software also, sir, like coding language.
Yeah, I've done my AML in US, Texas in 21, 22. After
Okay,
COVID,
okay.
I have done. my postgraduate in AML and data science in University of Texas.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
If I can also learn which is the best, sir. Like I want to switch in IT is complete. Which is a good, better, like easy to move from this to that. I AML only is fine last option.
yeah, AML, but
Medical
first
field also.
in, yeah, medical device, software medical devices, there are a lot of applications where AML is used.
Okay.
Okay, so you can move to software medical devices or medical equipment because you are also a mechanical engineer person.
Yes, sir.
Medical equipment companies will be suitable for you.
Okay, okay. Is it good now, sir? Like field if I
Yeah, it is good.
can
Medical
learn it.
equipment engineering, and when you also upskill with AIML,
Okay.
okay. Actually, that's what I do. On Saturdays, I take classes on advanced QARA, and Friday, I take classes on AIML in medical devices.
Okay.
Friday.
Okay.
Okay, where I just took only two classes. After that, I have my health problem. Then from next week onwards, I'll be taking on continuing the classes because I need to tell it from starting to medical device professional because they don't have much understanding on AML and most importantly, their application in medical devices.
Okay.
Okay, not in other domains. I'm not telling the software or other things like
Hmm.
telling to IT persons or somebody. But how AML can be applied in medical devices? Okay, whether it's QA, RA, or R&D, or in production, mainly in software medical devices.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there are different platforms, mainly machine learning platforms, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, CNN, including the latest like the agentic AI, or generative AI, agentic AI, or AI agents. All of this can be used in medical device applications. Okay, and the
Yes.
second is on complaint handling. Okay, because complaints also will tell you a lot of information on how your product is working. Okay, the first thing in complaints is see, you may have, there will be a lot of clients or customers who will tell that this is a complaint, I have problem with this, that, this. So you should have an SOP. Okay, if you want, I'll share the SOP of how you should handle a complaint because every whatever the client or the customer tells should not be taken as a complaint. Okay, because there could be some problem with the user and patient should have, may have problem or the hospital will have problem. So but you need to register, enter that in the complaint handling or complaint register that okay, this product has been written stating that there is some problem with the product, but you can't take it as a complaint until you analyze it. Okay, you have to get lot of details on the complaint. You need to speak with the doctor like what really happened. Okay, you get the patient details. Okay, what is the patient condition, on on what he is getting, what is the disease of him, why he is getting operated. Okay, and the details of the product, which batch it is. Okay, then what are the QC reports of that batch? Because you have a BMR, batch manufacturing record, based on the Okay, serial number of the device, you should be able to know in which batch it is manufactured. So you'll check all your BMR, the QC reports of it. Then you see you'll have a retained sample. Okay, for every batch you'll keep two, three retained samples. Okay, samples that are good, so you keep them as retained samples. So once a complaint comes, you need to analyze the complaint, which batch it is. Then you look at your BMR, see is there any non-conformities in the BMR manufacturing current, because that is why traceability is important. Okay, then you trace it, then you get lot of details from the patient on the case. What is the case study? What is the case report? Okay, why it failed? So you get all information. Then you work on it. Then you do an analysis. Okay, it will be generally complaint handling team will consist of QA persons, okay, R&D persons, and production also. Okay, QA QC. There will be a team who work on the complaint. Okay, what really happened, and you can take the help of a third person, a clinician also, like why this happened, what could be the reason. Is it really the problem with the device, or problem with the patient, or problem with the user? Okay. Once you confirm that there is a problem with the device, okay, then only you should take it as a complaint. Okay. After you say that it is a device problem, then you need to report it to the regulatory body that my product has a problem, or off late you have a lot of online system where you can report it. Like there is one site in India called Metro Vigilance Program of India. Because if there is a serious complaint which may lead to death or morbidity, you should immediately report it to the regulatory bodies. Okay, the country specific regulatory body. You can report it online. If it is happens in Europe, they have an online website like Udemy is there. If it happens in US, okay, there is one site called Mode. If it happens in India, there is one site called Metro Vigilance of India. So whenever there is a complaint, first register it, then analyze it whether it is a complaint or not. Don't immediately report it to everybody that I have a complaint. Okay, first analyze the complaint, see that the complaint is because of the device. If it is of the device, do a root cause analysis, what went wrong. Okay, then you do a corrective and preventive action. That comes later in the same clause. Okay, then you can report to the regulatory body that this was the complaint happened in so and so hospital. This is the case study. This is the case history. And why we need to do this register means same complaint may come in another hospital, or same complaint may come in 10 hospitals. Then what you do is if the same complaint is coming in 10 hospitals, then you need to recall the product. If the complaint is of high risk, it is leading to death or morbidity of the patient, then you need to recall all the that batch of devices. Okay, and that's why I said traceability is important. You should know which hospitals you have distributed. The marketing people should know which hospitals, which clinics they have given. If it is exported to Europe or other countries, immediately you should give advisory notices. Like first you give advisory notice that don't use this batch of product. Okay, first is advisory notice. You tell don't use this batch of devices. Then you will tell, then you will give a notice to recall it back to the manufacturing company, so that you will do analysis why these products have failed. So first The first thing is when you get a complaint, you register it. Okay, get all the details, batch details. You even get the device back which has caused the problem. Get all the case studies, reports, analyze it. If it is because of the device, then it becomes a complaint. Then you report it. If it is happening regularly, then you need to report or give a recall or advisory notice of the same batch. It is happening in different centers. This is very, very important. So here, what is the measurement analysis? If you have more complaints, okay, which means your product is not performing well. What is the analysis you will get if your device have more complaints? You have done the complaint analysis and found that the device is not working well. There is a problem with the device. Okay, which shows that there is your safety quality of the product is not good. Okay, and importantly, when you have a complaint, you do root cause analysis. You'll understand why this has come, a design change or material or QC or something. Then you will do a corrective action, preventive action. Okay, then you make the changes and keep it in the market again. Okay, you have done what are the required corrections are required for the complaint. You have made the changes in the product and again you have kept. But if the same complaint comes back after doing the corrections also, then that is very bad because you have you got a complaint, you have done the corrective action, preventive action. After doing all that also, you will still have the complaint, same complaint, which means there is a problem with your product. So you need to do it from your design and development, what has gone wrong. Okay. This is on customer complaints. You need to register it. Okay. Document it and report to the regulatory authorities. Okay. Then the 8.8.2.1 is customer feedback. 8.2.2 is complaint handling. Okay, this is the site what I mentioned. You need to complain if there are any uh, if there is any problem with the product, you need to complain to Metro Vigilance Program of India. This is a website where online you can. 8.2.3 I already told is reporting to regulatory authorities. So if there is a complaint, I said you register it, you get all the data of the product, device, case history, where it is used, which patient, which hospital, everything. And if you think it is because of the complaint is because of the device, you have to report it to the regulatory authorities. Okay. If it is CDSCO, in India, we report to CDSCO, Metro Vigilance, or MODE. If it is in US, Europe. So reporting to regulatory authorities is very, very important after you receive the complaints. Okay, that is 8.2.3 is reporting to regulatory authorities. Okay, this is very, very important. Okay, 8.2.4 is internal audits. Internal audits are very important. Of course, all these are important. Customer feedbacks are important. Complaint handling is important. Reporting to regulatory authority is important. But internal audits, okay, are much more important than the others. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll drink some water.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Venkatesh, you are there.
Yes, sir.
So 8.2.4 is the internal audit. This is very, very important in any organization. Okay. I said other things are also customer feedbacks are important, complaint handling, reporting to regulatory, but this really tells you how your QMS is working. Okay, what are internal audits? Internal audits are done by the employees of the own organization. First thing, okay, the employees of the own organization or the own company do the audits.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the second thing, it will be done periodically. It's not like you do after every 2 years or 3 years, very periodically, every 6 months or every 4 months you do internal audits. And the third important thing is when you do internal audits, okay, you should not inspect or you should not audit your own department.
Yes.
Okay, you should audit other departments. And fourth thing is when you audit other departments, okay, you should not be biased because you know the other department person or is your friend or he knows you.
Yes, sir.
Basically, all company persons will be friends. But because he is a friend, okay, you should not compromise with the
Compliance.
non-conformities or the procedures.
Yes, sir.
Whatever, if there is any complaints or non-conformities, okay, NCs, you should report because you are doing audit to understand the company, health of the company or organization, not about the person. Okay, you are not auditing the person, you are
Yes.
auditing the process, you are auditing the procedure, you are auditing the system. Okay, you are not auditing the person. So you should do internal audits very systematically, periodically. Okay, and I'll share you one SOP on how to do the internal audits.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you go through that, you'll understand it better. So internal audits should be done at planned intervals. Okay, and it should be documented program. The program must be risk based considering the status and importance of the process, previous NCs and associated risks. So how the internal audit will be done is based on your previous internal audits. Suppose last last internal audit was done, you will pick up the reports of the last internal audit and see what are the NCs that department has. If the department has that NCs, have they closed that NCs or they have corrected what are the NCs they have or still they are open? Open in the sense whether they have not addressed the problem. Okay, if they have not addressed, you should make it as a major NC. Okay, and the second thing, when you do the internal audit, you should keep in mind the risk associated with the process or the risk associated with the product. Okay, if it is of high risk product, high risk devices, say class C and class D devices, okay, you should do audit, okay, at a very micro level. Very deeply you should do the audit because the devices are high risk. If there is a small problem also, it will cause major complaint or major damage to the patient. Okay. So class C and D devices where you should do very clear cut deep at microscopic level the audits. Okay. And the third important thing is, okay, you should examine all the process and the procedures. Okay, you should examine all the SOPs, whether they are strictly following the SOPs. Okay, I told you the pyramid of documentation. First, you need to check the quality manual, quality policy, okay, the scope, whether it is right or not, or then the procedures, SOPs, STPs, work instructions, then you will come to the records.
Yes, sir.
Records are the reports. Have they reported it as mentioned in the SOP? Because in documentation only there will be a lot of non-compliances you will see. They will write something in the SOP and they will record some other thing in the records. Or the reports will be something different and the SOP will be something different. If you find something different, then immediately you have to issue a NC based on the clause. That's why I am telling you every clause detailedly. When you do an internal audit, the important thing is you will find an evidence. Okay, there will be objective evidence. See, this SOP number so and so, dated so and so. Okay, which mentions that this activity has to be done, but that activity is not performed and that is not recorded in the reports.
Yes,
So you have an objective clear evidence. In the SOP it was written SOP number so and so, dated so and so, signed by so and so persons, but it is not recorded in the reports. So under which clause you will raise this NC? Okay,
yes, sir.
under which clause the NC will come? Because there is a documentation error. SOP is documenting something and the reports are documenting some other thing.
Class 4 it will.
Yeah, clause 4, class clause
General
4.
documents.
Yeah, general documentation, or if they have not given any change control, control of records or control of documents, you can give 4.2.2 or 4.2.4. Okay. So majority of the NCs you will see in the documentation.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. So suppose if you are inspecting the management responsibilities and you don't find the management reviews done. Okay, management reviews has to be done periodically. But that year they didn't do the management review. And there are no written documents or reports on the management review. Okay, then you need to give an NC because you have found an objective evidence that the management review has not been done, okay, on so and so date. But the SOP on management review says that every 6 months we will conduct a management review, but you have not done it. That is the objective evidence. Then
Yes,
under clause 5.3, 5.4, you will give an non NC that this is the objective evidence, you have not done it. Okay, that is how you conduct internal audits. First, you need to find the evidence, objective evidence, then you need to quote it with the clause. What the clause is saying, and you are not doing it. Okay, and also in resource management, there are a lot of things. Some peoples without training, they do the work. Then you need to tell where are the training records.
yes, sir.
Okay, the training records are not there. Work environment, there is lot of contamination. Okay, they are not following. That you can raise NCs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, And lot of NCs will come in product realization, mainly in the production. Okay. What are the rejection reports, rejection trend analysis? Okay. Quality objectives. What are the quality objectives? Have you written the quality objectives? Have you achieved it? If you have not achieved it, okay, why you didn't achieve it? Then you can write an NC.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you should see, you should find an objective evidence for everything. By orally, you can't, okay, write an NC. If somebody, of course, you tell somebody orally tells you that I have not done it, okay, then you have to take that in written that he has not done it because you will have an documented evidence.
Yes, sir.
But if orally somebody says, it won't be counted as an NC. So NCs has to be documented. You should have an objective evidence. Okay, and that NCs you need to ask them to do a corrective action. This is the non-compliance we have found. I have found the non-compliance here. What is the corrective action for this? Okay, within a week or 15 days, they need to do a corrective action. If they are not conducted management review, they need to conduct it. Okay, if there is any documentation problem, they need to correct it. Okay, and after doing the correction, they will have to show it to you that this is what we have done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is what we have corrected. This is the corrective action we have done after you have written the NC. Then you need to check what is the corrective action they have done. That is called verification. You need to verify whether that corrective action is right as per the clause. Why we are reading all the clause? Why am I explaining all this clause since last 4 5 days? Because you need to adopt or you need to stick to the clause. You are deviating from the clause, it will become an NC.
Yes, sir.
So while verification, you need to see whether they have done it as per the clause. If they have done as per the clause, then you can close that NC. Otherwise, if they have not done, the NC will be open till they have done proper corrective action. Okay, if the corrective action is not proper as per the clause, okay, then you need to keep it open till they do correctly. And importantly, I said, okay, there will be NCs of three types. One is not called an NC, a minor problem like some will overwrite on the records or on the reports or test reports, some documentation here and problem, which is called OFI, opportunity for improvement. Okay, we don't call it an NC, it is just an observation. Okay, and the second is minor NC. Minor NCs are those which won't affect the product, which won't directly affect the product performance or safety. Okay, like some documentation may not directly affect the product's performance safety. Some management reviews, some I don't say all, some management responsibilities in clause 5. But management reviews are very important. They have direct impact on product safety. Management is not reviewing. I said in clause 7 and 8 or clause 6, 7 and 8, if you find any NC, okay, you have they because I told you clause 6, 7 and 8 have direct impact
Product.
on the safety of the product.
Yes.
So for that you have to give it as a major NC. In any of the clause in 6, 7 and 8, if you have found any non-compliance, you have to give it as a major NC. Okay, if there is some like in clause 4 or clause some in clause 5 where there is no direct impact on the safety, okay, it may not have direct impact, then you give it as minor NC.
Means 1
Okay,
to 5 minor, sir. 6 to 8 major.
6 to 8 major, and it depends upon, okay, that is one. Second thing is, I said like in every system, okay, in a system, all the processes are interconnected, all the departments are interconnected. If there is an NC which is not controlled in the department, it enters into the other department.
Yes, a chain reaction. It will contact all. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it will have a chain reaction like, so for that you have to give major NC. Though it is minor NC, if it spreads to other department, okay, it will become a major NC.
Yes, sir.
Two minor NCs of the same kind, if it is seen in other department also, then it will become a major NC. Have you understood?
Ah, yes, sir. Understood. If we, in case
Okay.
particular to one process, one department, only single document is minor. If it's going to CFT means it's major. We can give.
Major. Okay. And the third thing is, if there is an NC which last in last internal audit you have seen an NC, okay, or not you, somebody has written an NC, okay, there is an NC in the last internal audit
Yes,
and they have not closed it,
yes,
okay, or if they have not closed it or they have done some corrective action, but still after doing corrective action also there is an NC,
yes, sir.
that will become a major NC. Okay, what I am telling is repeated same NC will become a major NC. If there is an NC which is repeated,
Yes,
okay, it is reoccurring. Like I said in a complaint, you have done a corrective action in a complaint, but the same complaint is reoccurring.
okay.
It will become a major NC.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in internal audit, you have one called observation, minor things, okay, which may not affect the safety of the product. Second is minor NC, which may not have direct impact on the product. Could be some documentation here and there, or some issues on management here and there, minor. But when it comes to 6, 7, and 8, which have a direct impact on the safety of the product, you have to give it as major. That is first thing. Second thing, if there are two minor NCs connected to the same process, okay,
Yes,
same process has two minor NCs, then it will become a major. Or it is spread to other departments or it becomes systemic. It is spreading, one NC is, one process NC is leading to another NC in another process. Okay, it becomes a major. And the third one is, if there is a recurring NC, same NC is happening again and again, then it will become a major NC. Okay,
yes.
have you understood how the NCs are given?
Ah, yes, sir.
Okay,
First, we before we given, we should understand clauses.
yeah.
Based on clause, we need to decide whether it is minor, major, background verification. They're
Yeah,
given.
then you need to relate. First thing, you should have an objective evidence. Then you
Yes,
have to link it with the clause, which clause the NC is coming. Okay, then you need to give whether it is an observation, minor NC or major NC.
Yes. Okay.
Then you give time to them, okay,
To correct.
whether it is you give time to them to take corrective action.
Yes. That is based on our internal discussion, or that is also some standard is sir, like minor this much days, major this much days to corrective action.
Some standards are there.
Okay.
Some standards are there.
Okay.
Uh, but in general, it sometimes it becomes subjective. Like you need to know what is the risk.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
some process is not, there is some problem with the some process.
Yes.
You should know what are the high risk processes. Suppose there is some problem with sterilization.
Yes.
Sterilization is a high risk process.
Yes. Some of the document approval everything take time.
Yeah, documents, all that, not properly doing
Things.
validations.
Okay.
Okay, not properly doing verifications. Reports are not there.
Okay. Okay. It
Then,
takes.
yeah, you should know what are the high risk processes in that. If there is high risk process, then you will give a measurements.
Yes.
Okay, so you should have an understanding on, because it's your own company, you should have understanding on your what are your all the SOPs processes. So before auditing, you should have an understanding on what are the processes, what are the SOPs, what products they are doing, what are the high risk processes. Okay, generally auditors will, suppose you have three, four products. Generally, auditors will audit or inspect the devices with highest risk. Suppose I have class D, class A, then which one should I audit? I will audit class D because it's highest risk.
Yes. Yes. Not.
Okay. Then the other is, sometimes auditors will audit those where you have product where you have more complaints. Okay.
Yes.
Different auditors have a different style. If there are more complaints in that particular product, you will audit that. Okay. And sometimes you may audit the product which has more market. Okay, which has more market in the sense which is sold more in that year or in that 6 months, which is sold more, that you may audit. Or you may audit where there are more complaint product which has more complaints. Or you may audit, of course, you will audit all processes, all products, but you will audit more or you will stress more on those where there is highest risk of the product, more complaints of the product, or highest sales of the product. Okay, these are general. Did you understand about internal audit?
Oh yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, of course, I'll share an SOP on that.
Okay.
Okay, then 8.2.5 is, see, 8.24 is internal monitoring. 8.2.5 is monitoring and measurement of the processes. This is very important.
Yes.
Okay, because 8.2.6, monitoring and measurement of the product. See, 8.2.5 is monitoring, okay, monitoring and measurement of the processes. Then the next one is 8.2.6 is monitoring and measurement of the product. So first you will do the measuring and monitoring of the process. Okay. What you will do is you will look at all the processes and see, okay, have these processes implemented. properly documented and properly implemented.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, the organization suitably applies monitoring and appropriate measurement of the QMS processes to determine the ability of the process to achieve planned results. So the processes should achieve planned results. I have planned that my production should be, okay, I should achieve 1,000 pieces. That is my planned results. And how I have adopted to all the processes to get my 1,000 devices, or I have missed any process, so I got a lot of rejections. So you need to not only in production, in if it is in R&D, if it is in purchasing, has he followed the process? Okay, has he followed 7.4 purchasing process? Has he done? Has he selected the supplier as per the clause? Has he done product verification, purchasing verification? Has he done the has the purchase information? Okay, all clause you need to see. If you come to infrastructure, then you need to look at all the clause in the infrastructure. Of course, I will share an audit checklist. Okay, for every department there will be a checklist, like what are
Yes,
the
sir.
things which you need to do in that or check during the audit. Okay, clause by clause you need to check. Okay, all the activities. So here it is whether the processes are followed in each department. Okay, if it is production, if it is in design and development, purchasing, okay, or it is in R&D, all these processes followed to achieve planned list. And if they are not following the processes, then you will have and you have to raise the NCs. Okay, then measurement and monitoring and measurement of the product. Okay, here it is very important that your products, okay, measuring the in all stages from raw material to your production, okay, to your QC, whether you are monitoring, okay, whether it's environmental monitoring or the monitoring through QC tests or standard test procedures. Okay, because this is where every step, all stages of the manufacturing from raw materials, you should monitor and measure it every stage. Okay, suppose I am doing purchasing. Am I testing the material what I have got? Okay, that is measurement, and I am monitoring it. Okay, monitoring the product. Is it in quarantine? Whether I properly labeled it? If it is a rejected one, accepted one, or is it in quarantine? And if I have tested it, if it is rejected, I have labeled it. If we accepted it, then I will take inside the raw material stores. Then I will give it to production.
Yes,
Okay, and the production will make some components. During the making of those components, are they monitoring it? Is there any plan for monitoring it? They are monitoring the temperature, humidity, environmental monitoring, and measurement is, are they testing the components?
yes,
You have technical specification. What is the ID, OD, all that, are they testing it? Okay. Then you have online QC or final QC, finished QC, sterilization tests. All those tests on the product are done. Okay. This is monitoring and measurement. See, in measurement analysis, we first came, what is the first one? Customer feedback. Okay.
Yes.
What is the second one? Complaint handling.
Okay.
What is the third one? Regulatory reporting.
Yes.
Fourth one, internal audits.
Yes.
Okay. Fifth one, measuring and monitoring of the process.
Yes.
Okay. Sixth one, monitoring and measurement of the product. So when you have data from all this, customer feedback, your complaint data, okay, when you are doing the measurement and monitoring of all this, your product, your process, your internal audits, your complaints, customer feedbacks, regulatory reporting, all that data you should have it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Once you have that data, then we'll analyze it. Okay, that's what clause 8 for. So measurement, monitoring, and analysis. Then we'll see how to improve it. So these are the 6 points where you will have monitoring and measurement. Okay, customer feedback. Okay, for the first one is the customer feedback, complaint handling, regulatory reporting, internal audits. The third, fourth, fifth one is monitoring and measurement of the process, monitoring and measurement of the products. Here, when you do the monitoring and measurement of the product, you will know what are the NCs, or how many are rejected, how many are accepted, what is the is there any problem with the process? Okay, are you meeting your quality objectives? All that you will check in. Okay, this is clause 8.2. In 8.2, you have 6 points.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll go to clause 8.3.
Yes, sir.
Okay, clause 8.3 talks about control of non-conforming product. If you have found a non-conforming product, it could be a component, raw material, or a finished product. If it is a rejected, non-conforming product or rejected or not accepted product, how you will control it? Okay. In this you have 8.3.1. How you will control is how you will identify and document it. Okay. We have discussed about identification and documentation. Okay. That is 8.2.1. Actions and disposition. How you will dispose it. What are the actions you will take? If it is a non-conforming product, you will segregate and separate it, and how you are going to dispose it. Or you are going to do any rework on it, or you recycle it, or you will repair it, or you will just dispose it. Okay, that's the second one. The third one, as I said, are you reworking on it? Reworking is not allowed in all devices. Mainly high risk devices, you should not rework. Okay, that is 8.3. 8.3.4 is non-conformity after delivery. Suppose if you have identified the product is non-conformity, the product has some problem after you have delivered into the market. Okay, later you came to know that it is having a problem. it is a non-conformity product, but you have some mistake has happened, some QC mistake has happened. Okay, you have delivered it into the market. Okay, and people have used, the doctor has used it. See, if there is a non-conformity within the organization, during the production, within the organization, within the manufacturing company, that is fine. You can destroy, dispose, rework, you can do anything. But once you have sent into the market, okay, non-conformity product, after delivery or use, what you will be doing? Okay, that is 8.3.4. So these 4 points are regarding a non-conforming product. If you found a non-conforming product in different scenarios, what you will do? Okay, what are the general controls? Okay, identification and documentation. Okay, and the second one is how you will dispose it. Okay, or you will accept it. Sometimes people accept it with some correction or concession, that because the deviation, though it is rejected, okay, some accept it because it may not cause any safety issues or it may not have any risk. I'll tell you couple of examples on that. Some can be accepted though it is non-conforming. Okay, and if you want to rework some rejected products, you can rework on them and make them accepted. Then the last one is very, very important. After, if you have delivered a non-conformity product into the market, into, okay, and it is used, what you will do? These 4 points we will discuss in 8.3. Okay, this is also very important. What you will do with a non-conforming product. Okay, most of the things non-conforming within the manufacturing place, in the premises, in the organization, you can control it. But how you will control it when it is in the market, in the hospital, or if it, people started using it? Okay, so give me 5 minutes. I'll come. Okay. By 1:30 we'll complete the class 8. Okay.
Okay, sir.
In 1 hour we'll complete class 8 because after 8.3 there is 8.4 and 8.5
Okay, sir.
that are very simple to understand. 8.3 is also very simple to understand.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Venkatesh, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, in between I got a call.
Okay, okay, no problem, sir.
Okay, so what, I mean, as I said, 8.3 will be totally focusing on the non-conformity products. Okay, how you are going to control it? Because this is important in a lot of aspects, like if it is within organization, how I think I already told to you some on, okay, when we are discussing clause 7.5. Okay, we need to identify them, label them, tag them if they are components, products, segregate them, okay, separate them from accepted products, okay, and isolate them and keep it in separate demarcated places, okay, so that there won't be any mix up with the accepted products. So, I mean, here I am talking about non-conforming products at all stages of manufacturing. All stages of manufacturing includes from the raw materials. Okay. See, non-conformity products can be raw materials. Some non-conformity products can be some equipment, some spares. Okay. A lot of solvents, others which are non-conforming, or within the organization when you start production. Okay, there will be non-conforming components, non-conforming devices after assembly. Non-conforming products could be complaint samples. Non-conforming could be unsterile products. Though you have sterilized, but the sterility failed. Okay. Uh, QC rejected, online rejected, final QC rejected product. These are all non-conforming products. So what you will do with these products? Okay. See, that is why it's a you should have a mandatory documented procedure. When you said, see, this is applicable for any clause. You should have a documented procedure or planning. Documented procedure means you should have an SOP. Okay. I'll share all the SOPs if you require. Okay. Like what is the SOP for your non-conforming products?
Okay, sir.
Okay. This procedure to ensure that the product does not the product does not conform to requirements is identified, controlled, and prevented. Okay, you need to identify whatever tests you can do some tests.
Sir, on just a call, sir. Can wait just.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you have a non-conforming product, the important thing is, okay, first you need to identify that it is a non-conforming. Then you should have control on it, where you are, whether you are labeling it or you're segregating or tagging it, and prevent it. Prevent it means segregate, separate it from the other products so that it is not used. Okay. So in general and control, this we discussed in identification. Okay, you should have a documented procedure. As I said, you should have an SOP, documented procedure. You should have an SOP. Like, what is a non-conforming product? Okay, what are those you call them as non-conforming products? I said it could be raw materials, it could be machinery, some machinery which are not conforming, some spares, uh, some components which you procure from outside or inside, which you manufacture, or rejected pieces, unsterilized complaint samples. Okay, this all come under non-conforming. So you make a list. You have an SOP. In that SOP, you have to list down what are in general, what are the non-conforming products you find in your company. Okay. Then for each product, you should know how to identify them. Okay. Segregate them. Segregate means physically separate them from other products. Okay. Evaluate and dispose them. Whether you want to retest them whether non-conforming or whether you without a re-evaluation or without testing them, many a times you know that it is non-conforming based on the reports. Then you have to dispose them. How you will dispose them? Or sometimes I said you can rework, repair on that. Okay. So the non-conforming must be clearly tagged, marked to ensure they are readily identified and cannot be accidentally used or released. So as I said, they should be easily identified. Okay. Whether you keep in some pouches or you keep in some cutters or you keep them separately in rooms. Okay. With red label marking. Okay. Generally non-conforming products are labeled. They are on the floor, they label with red tape. Okay, there they will keep. Red tape means they are rejected or non-conforming products. Okay, this is a general like how you identify and document it. And this is very important. 8.2 actions and disposition. If it is a non-conforming product, what you will do? There are different ways. Okay, where non-conforming products based on the risk of the device. Okay, and what is the process or what is the parameter where it is non-conforming? You can do various activities. Okay, otherwise, if you can't do anything, you need to dispose it. Okay, so a non-conforming product can undergo any four of the processes. First, you can do correction, adjustment, or repair. Okay, repair mainly in the equipments where you see some spares are not aligned properly or the connections are not properly done. You can do the repairs and make them conforming or accepted. Okay. And the second thing is you dispose them as scrap. Okay. Mainly lot of polymer scrap will come, lot of solvents, the bottles of the solvents, all this. They will, though they may not be considered as products, but most of the polymers waste, okay, or some of the waste that come during the manufacturing process that you can scrap it, okay, discard it. Some you can rework on it. Okay, this will discuss in detail in 8.3.3. And the fourth one is very important and bit confusing, but I'll clear it to you. Though it is not conforming, you can accept it by concession. Okay. So what are the four things? One you can correct, one is correction or you can repair it. Second is you have to scrap and discard it. Third is you can rework, which we'll discuss. The fourth one is bit confusing. A non-conforming product, how can you accept under concession? Which means, see, in a in a product, you will have a lot of components. Okay, some components may not really, okay, when you assemble them, all the components, some components may not really affect the safety and performance of the product. Okay, suppose I have a sheath over some balloon or on the stand. Though I mean the QC says that you have to reject it, the sheath is not properly fitting. Sheath is just for protection. Okay, if it is non-conforming, it is not causing any harm to the safety and performance of the product. And there is hub. In the hub has to be very clear. Okay, but in the hub you will find one black dot, only one. Okay, but it is the hub as such, one black dot won't cause any. Generally, as per QC, you need to reject it. Okay, but what we do, we'll look into that and say that this has no safe effect on safety and performance. So under concession, you can accept it. Okay, and there will be some parameters. Okay, there will be some parts which may not affect the safety and performance, that you can accept them. And there will be some parameters, okay, when you are doing QC, which may not really affect the product. Okay, suppose the OD is high, okay, which may not affect. I mean, it's not so high, but it is high by 1 or 2 microns.
Yes, sir.
But it has to be rejected as per technical specification. It is 2 microns high. But if you logically look into it, 2 microns increase in OD may not make much difference in the safety and performance. It was not going to affect. So logically, you need to understand what are the parts and parameters that affect the safety and performance. Okay, then that can be accepted under concession. And and this too importantly in high value devices. If the cost of devices are very high and the parts and the parameters are not affecting the safety and safety of the product or performance of the product, okay, you can't reject them. Either you need to rework on them or you need to accept under concession. But this also, when you accept something under concession, okay, this must be authorized by a person and justified. Okay, if I am accepting something under concession, it's not that everybody can do it. It has to be the head of the QA or some QC person who has knowledge on that, or some R&D person who says that okay, this may not make any difference in safety and performance. You will not get any complaints on this. If he authorizes, then only it can be accepted. Not a simple QC person or other person can accept anything under concession. Okay, you can do scrapping and you can do repairs. You can rework all that. But acceptance under concession is should be done by an authorized person, and he need to sign it. And he need to provide justification why he is in that specific document. Okay, when you are doing internal audit, you can look at if something is accepted under concession, he has to provide, you need to look at who has accepted it, who is the authorized person. He has the authority to accept it. If he has the authority, then what is the justification? Has he written any justification? Is there justification already written in the SOP or in the reports they have written the justification? If the justification is not written, then you can write an NC. Okay, under clause 8.3.2, this there is no authorized, he is not an authorized person and he has not provided justification. It becomes a major NC. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
these are some of the ways where a non-conformity product, like you can correct, repair, or you discard it as a scrap, you can rework, or you can accept under concession by proper justification under an authorized person. Okay, and this is a rework. See, rework is not allowed in all devices. Okay, rework, when you want to say if something goes, which is something is out of specifications. Okay, a component or a device is out of specifications. You can rework on the device. Okay, or like say you can do a repeated welding or repeated assembly or repeated molding. Okay, you can rework and set it properly as per the specifications. You can rework and make it accepted under the specifications required.
Yes, sir.
But the point here important is when you are reworking, point one is you should have an SOP, a procedure saying that on which parts or which components rework is permitted. Okay. And second thing, you should have separate verification and validation reports or studies on reworked products. See, accepted products, you will do verification and validation. But on the reworked product, you should have a report that I have reworked on this. Okay, and I have verified and validated this. Separate verification and validation report you should have. Okay, and the third important thing is you should see that the rework product is not adding any new risk. Okay, suppose I am reworking on a plastic. So when the plastic is exposed 2 times to heat, okay, first time I am doing it, it is not accepted. It comes as a non-conformity. First time I am molding it as a plastic, it has exposed to heat for first time, and it is rejected. So I am reworking on it because second time again I am exposing it to the heat. So when you are exposing some component to some of the parameters like on the temperature, okay, or on the speed or on the heat or in the humidity, second time, I'm not telling first time. When you expose it second time or third time, how many times you can rework is also important. Can I do rework for first, second time, third time, fourth time? That also has to be mentioned in SOP. Can you rework only for one time?
Yes, sir.
Because when a device is exposed to the these conditions repeatedly, it will lose its properties. Okay, its natural properties that is required for the device for particular intended use. It will lose its intrinsic properties and it won't function. Okay, it loses its performance. So for the rework devices, you should see that it is not adding any new risk. Okay, you need to reassess that there is no risk with this. So rework is a very delicate special process where you need to do all these four things. First, you should have an SOP, how the rework has to be done, which parts can be reworked, planned procedure. The second is, okay, when you rework on the product, whether the product as such is adding any risk, okay, additional risk to the devices. And the third one is when you do the rework, okay, you need to do re-verification and revalidation. Okay, for other accepted products, you have already done it. But for the rework product, you should have a separate procedure for validation and verification. If it is not validated and verified, then it will become an NC. So all rework products should have verification and validation plan. Okay, they should have a separate reassessment of risk. They should have a separate SOP. Okay, and that has to be documented. Okay, and they need to look at how the third important thing is, fourth important thing is how many times you can rework once it is a non-conformity product. So I have first time I have done the rework. Then again it was a non-conformity. Then again can I do rework? Second time I have done rework. Then again it becomes a non-conformity. Can I do a third time rework? So you need to mention how many times. That is why I said you need to reassess the risk. Suppose 3 times I am exposing it to the manufacturing temperatures or parameters. The material may change its property. So these four things you need to keep in mind when you are doing the rework. And it has to be, you should have a separate procedure and it has to be signed by the authorized person that these products can be reworked. And you should, the fifth important thing is, you should separately document, okay, or record, keep separate reports, test reports. Okay, generally for accepted, you will have the reports. For rework products, you should have separate report, not with the original report. Separate report for the rework products. Okay. Of course, after rework, they will be accepted because they are meeting the technical specification. So these 5 points you should keep in mind. Okay, what is the first one? You should have an SOP and documentation process which uh, products can be reworked. Okay, total procedure. And the second one is that how many times it can be reworked in the SOP itself. Third one is it, they should have a separate validation and verification process. And the fourth one is, okay, how many times, the fourth one is whether they are adding any new risk. When you rework, are there any new risk? We need to reassess the risk of the device. Okay. And the fifth one is you need to have reports of the devices or the components reworked separately, not in the general QC reports. Separate QC reports has to be prepared for rework and it has to be authorized, signed by a responsible person. Okay. And this is a very, very important.
Sir,
Suppose, yeah,
any examples are like exact product rework has done, like
yeah,
agree.
there are
I
a
mean,
lot of products. I have worked on a lot of products where they can do rework. Most of the
only.
products are,
Mhm.
most of the products we do rework.
Okay.
Generally, we don't like rejections.
Yes, yes,
So,
sir.
so we generally do. There are a lot of procedures to rework.
Okay.
Okay, even from say high risk devices like implants, we have
Okay.
done rework. Okay, like say if the coating on that goes wrong, then we sonicate it. But again, as I said, no, we do separate validation, verification that there won't be any new risk to the it won't have any risk to the product. Okay,
Because I am
that's
a
the
automobile industry, sir. Like I worked as a rework also. That work only oversized parts we can rework.
yeah,
Only.
oversize you can rework. See, some material like polymers, they can again go for recompounding, or you can melt it again and reuse it.
Okay.
Okay, if it is low risk devices, but for high risk, high quality medical grade polymers, you can't do it because they lose their properties. Okay, that is why I said how many times you can rework is important. Many companies do reworking, okay, because they don't want anything lost in rejection because any rejections will add loss to the company. Okay, if say if there is a 5% rejection and think that the cost of the device is 100 rupees. Okay, you are losing 500 rupees for every 100 products. Suppose you are manufacturing 10,000 products, you are using something like 5,000 rupees. Okay, you are manufacturing 1 lakh. Think that the cost of the product is high, like it is 10,000. If you have 5% rejection, it goes in lakhs. So every company will find a way, some process to rework. But the point here is you should have a SOP. Okay, without SOP, you can't rework. And you should have all these points what I have mentioned. How many times you should rework? Have you verified, validated the rework product? Okay. Do you assess the risk of the rework product? Have you documented this rework product separately or the reports separately? And it should be signed, authorized separately. All this will come. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this is non-conformity after delivery or use. So after delivery, if you have non-conformity, what you will do? Okay, you should answer this. See, they have not used it. Forget about the last point. They have not used it, but you know that it is a non-conformity after delivery. That is what I told you. Generally, we recall them. If they have not used the product, okay, and you know after delivery you came to know that it is a non-conformity product, you have checked your batch manufacturing records, QC reports, and all that, and later you found that okay, there is some problem with the raw material, but still I manufactured. There is some problem with the QC technical specifications because they have tested. I think I told about absolute documents. Okay, the absolute documents should be scrapped out, but they have an absolute technical specification that came to QC, and they have tested the accepted the QC based on the old specifications, and it went into the market. and then later you identify it. So the first thing you do is you trace where it is. Okay, traceability is such, that's why I say traceability is such an important thing. Okay, when you have limited customer, there is no problem. But when you have customers worldwide, it becomes very difficult to trace it. Okay, immediately you should give an advisory notice that this batch should not be used. Okay, it is important and it's not wrong. When you say, when you found that these are non-conformity products, it is always good if you have 1% doubt also. It is always good to give advisory notices that this batch products please don't use. Actually, this happens very much in US and Europe, but in India, I don't see anybody giving advisory notices. They'll see till a complaint happens, not one, till some 10, 15 complaints happen. Then also they'll say like they won't give advisory notices. They just say we are replacing the stock. Okay, we want to replace the stock with the new ones. Even they won't tell to hospitals because they think that it is a mistake or it is shameful that I have released a non-conformity product in the market. So without information, they will do something. They will replace it, or they will tell like we have new models come in, we'll give it. So this stock we are taking it out. But it's better to give advisory notices that this stock don't use it. It has some problem with so and so. It may leak, or there could be some problem with the locking system or something. They should sell this and they should recall it. This happens in Western countries very much, and it is important. See, when you are manufacturing, there is bound to have, there will be some mistakes that can happen. Not every day. Okay, once in a while, very occasionally, it can happen. Though your QMS is perfectly all right, okay, sometimes this, even in big MNCs, it could happen. Even MNCs, they, even if there is a small problem, they will recall it. Okay. So recall in the sense, first you give advisory notice not to use it, report to the regulatory body that these batches have problem, then you recall them or you do field safety corrective actions. Okay. Field safety corrective actions are there or for mainly for equipment. You go to the place where it is installed or hospital where it is installed. Then you do the repair or some corrective actions where it will start functioning normally. Okay, that is field safety corrective means on the field, in the hospital or where it is there, you do the corrective action. Okay, it's called field safety, FSCA, it is also called FSCA, field safety corrective actions. Okay, and some devices can also where you can do FSCA if there is something wrong with the labeling. Okay, you remove, go to the field where the devices are placed, you remove the label and keep them new labels. Okay, for some you can do field safety corrective action, but some you need to do advisory notices and recall. Okay, even after the use,
Sir, one
even
question.
after the use, if there are complaints, okay, you know it is a non-conformity product. After use, okay, then you need to follow the complaint handling procedure. Okay, that is 8.2.2, that is a complaint handling procedure. Like, okay, there is a complaint that happened, I am registering this complaint. Okay, then immediately you will give advisory notice, this has complaints, don't use them, this batch, and then you recall them. After you recall them, or Some you can do field safety if possible. Once you recall them, either you evaluate them what went wrong. Okay, all the device. This happened in when I am an employee. It happened like we have recalled almost like 1 lakh devices from Germany.
Okay.
1 lakh devices that are kernel instance.
Oh,
Okay, and you know more than the cost of the device. We have to pay something like 70 lakhs import duty. I mean, for getting
oh,
them back, we need to pay duty, import duty. So
cost.
what we told is, we asked them to scrap the material there only.
Oh, yes,
Okay,
better.
yeah, destroy them there only, and just send some 100 or 200 pieces for testing here. And we tested the devices, and we found in almost 90% of the devices there is a problem. Okay, either something is bent, or there is a leakage, or something is broken. Uh, so things can happen like this.
So you don't keep any devices with respect to the batch where you sent, like inside in-house only we can test if in case come customer complaint that device related. You having any not any resources to restore the devices?
No, yeah, that whatever we recall, we keep them separately.
Oh,
And that is why every batch you will have retained samples.
okay.
Okay, we keep some 2 or 3, generally
Yes.
percent or 5% retained samples. So whenever a complaint comes, okay, we test these samples to see whether they are performing properly or not.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, that are called retained samples.
Yes.
Okay,
Deserve.
so this is what is on non-conforming product. Okay, what you do with non-conforming product? First, you need to identify, document all this. What are you should have a procedure.
Yes.
Okay. Second is whether you can do some actions. There are 4 actions. Whether you do correction, repair, or you scrap them, or you rework, or acceptance by concession. Okay. The third one, rework. I discussed 4 5 points, important points in this. Okay. And the fourth one is after delivery, if you found it as non-conformity, then there is a procedure like you identify what's gone wrong, you identify the batch, give the advisor, you have the traceability, okay, where it is, then you give advisory notices not to use them. After that, you will recall them, or you can do field safety corrective actions. If they are used, okay, then you'll register the complaint. Okay, you do the complaint handling procedure like 8.2.2. Then you find that there is some problem with the device. Then you give the advisory notices. Then you recall. Okay, this is on non-conforming product.
Here they won't take any immediate action, sir, in India. Like some of like in some of them,
Yeah, now we
like
will.
intentionally he sent the defect part, like why he not injured, not checked, like it will come in end of the packing testing. But here, if in case production they having some pressure, no, okay, we need to move. Nothing, it will happen. Like if in case defect, it's visibly clearly. If they send, they won't take any immediate action. If
No, actually in India we do it.
okay,
We recall products, but not in a proper, as per the procedure, we don't do it.
okay,
We'll tell we will tell that we are replacing this. They won't tell there is problem with the product.
okay.
They'll just tell like we are replacing this stock with new stock. Something, some story. I mean, I have done this many a times.
Okay.
From hospital stores, say we are replacing this with new. new labels or new designs or something, improved product, but it will be the same product, but we don't call them advisory notice or recall.
Okay,
Just
okay,
we replace them.
okay,
Okay. In India, I have never seen people recalling products.
yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want a break or should we continue?
After lunch we can start, sir. But,
Yeah, because there are another two, 8.4 and 8.5.
okay, sir, sure.
After lunch, we'll complete that and that will complete ISO 13485. The two are also important.
Okay, sir.
Okay, because they talk on kappa and
Okay,
improve. Okay, how you analyze the data.
yes, sir.
Because
Yes.
now we have looked into measurement and monitoring.
Okay,
Okay, and what happens with the non-conforming product.
okay,
Then we'll look at analysis, how you analyze. Once you get the data, where from you get the data, how you analyze it, then what improvements you will do. Okay.
yes, sir.
When you want to come back, it is 1:30 now, 1:35.
2:10, 2 o'clock max, 2:10.
Okay, come back quickly so that we can complete this, so that I can, maybe when you want to write the exam,
Uh, Tomorrow also after.
yeah, you take time, you prepare properly. I'll share a Google form.
Okay, sir.
Okay, this is MCQs only. There will be 50 MCQs.
Okay,
Okay, that you need to write. Then I'll give you the certification both for 13485 and as an internal auditor.
okay. Today also you'll give like internal audit also, sir. Like some class after that to be apart from
Yeah,
that.
that, yeah, some I told, but remaining I'll discuss once we complete 8.4 and 8.5.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Few of the points I already discussed.
Yes, sir.
Major is how the classification of NCC is important. I said observation, minor, major.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
how you classify them and how you find objective evidence, which clause you need to relate it to. Then you write the NC. Then they need to, the auditee or the employee need to do the corrective action. Then you will verify after they do the corrective action, you do the verification of the effectiveness of the corrective action, whether the corrective action is effective or not. Then you will close it. If you don't find it is effective, then you ask them to do repeatedly. Okay, I'll explain that to you after we close this.
Okay, sir. Sure. Thank you. Welcome, sir. On 2 5. Hi, sir.
Hi, yeah, 2 minutes, I'm joining.
Ah, okay, sir. No problem. No problem.
Oh, okay, Venkatesh, are you there?
Hi, yes, sir.
Yeah. See, I have not explained 13485
Okay, sir.
to anyone so clearly, so categorically
Okay, sir. Okay.
for so many days.
Yes.
I think in last 17 years, you are only the person whom I explained in
Okay.
detail.
Okay, sir. Usually we'll take batch wise or one to answer.
No, some might take batch wise.
Hmm.
See, the QARA, which last time you were there, no?
One session I attended, sir.
That I take batches,
Okay. Hmm.
because that is advanced level of QARA.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay, and AML also I take not batches, only few selected.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay, AML applications in medical devices. Uh, if you want to attend AML, you can attend, because I see lot of future in AML in medical devices.
Okay, sir. Hmm.
Actually, when I have done this AML course, uh, actually I done it post COVID.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
Second phase of COVID, I went US,
Okay.
Texas. I have done it, but I never realized that time in 22 that AML will become so important and popular.
Okay.
So after 5 6 years, I mean, I thought it just happens in some developed countries.
Okay.
But I mean, I see AML in everywhere now, like in banking, retail, automotives, healthcare, medical devices.
Okay.
So people are adopting to it.
Yes, sir.
So if you want to join AML, you can join.
Okay, sir. I will inform.
Because I have not started it yet. Just I have an introductory session.
Oh, okay. Because last Saturday, Sunday, maybe I not attended, sir. Full day. I went some outside. Some mobile issue is there. Network. I can't able
No,
to.
not QARA. You can attend both AML and QARA.
Okay.
Okay. Uh, because I said now,
Yes.
13485 is important, but it will help you in upskilling. Okay. When you also know something on, uh, s- like last time I was talking on risk management.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you want one to one, I can discuss.
Okay.
Okay. Because I am working from home only, because I think I told you
Yes,
I
sir.
had an accident and one of my toe was amputated.
Okay.
My right toe was removed.
Right, sir.
Right leg toe.
Okay. Okay. How, sir? Like minor,
Like,
major.
yeah, major. I had some accident and it led to infection.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So they removed one toe, one finger in the leg.
Okay. Okay. While,
So
sir,
I
bike.
was, no, actually, it's not a bike or something. I was walking only.
Okay.
Uh, s- One auto, back tire of the auto, I was wearing chappal,
Yes, sir.
not shoe. So
Okay.
one back tire of the auto came over my toe, and
Yes.
there was some bleeding, but I neglected it.
Okay.
I had my own self medication, all that stuff, but it led to infection.
Yes, sir. Okay.
After infection, also I was doing self medication only for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Then later I went to doctor. I have a family doctor. he also didn't see the wound
Oh, okay. Yes.
because I have done. I used to do dressing at home and all antibiotics I used to take at home only. Then
Yes.
he didn't see the wound. He also gave some antibiotics.
Oh, okay.
So after 15 days, he told like uh, it is becoming severe. Better you get admitted in hospital.
Oh, okay.
After 1 month.
Yes.
Then 1 month after I joined hospital, they have done all tests, MRI, X-ray, all that, and they told that the infection has spread to the bone,
Okay, sir.
and bone started degrading.
Okay.
And they said like you need to amputate, otherwise the infection will spread to other areas also. They
Oh
said
my
you
God.
need to remove this finger.
Okay.
So 1 month I was there in hospital only.
Okay. Now it's fine, sir. Like any
Yeah, now
result?
it's fine. I
Hmm.
can do all work. I'm traveling, walking, but they told not to travel a lot or walk.
Yes,
So
sir.
I'm working from home, and my employees are reporting uh, online only.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if you want to join both courses, AML and QARA, you can join. And I said I will also restructure your CV,
Okay, sir.
okay, and post it in my LinkedIn.
What's that? No, sir.
Your CV, I'll post it in my LinkedIn.
Ah, okay, sir. Sure, sure. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you will get some good opportunities.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Sir, one more like now I told as of now like I given three interviews. One is rejected, sir. Like
Mm.
mail came. So one more is hold waiting. They are not responding, sir. One more maybe this weekend it will be there. So
Mm.
if anything means I will connect to sir like next 2 days, 3 days. Like.
Yeah, yeah. Any interview, let me know. I'll tell you like based on the company what they will be asking, based
Oh,
on the job description, uh, what questions they will ask.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And one more like sir, uh, like like this I will attend one to one better weekdays only, sir. Like, now
Yeah,
AM
you can attend.
next week
Yeah,
onwards, sir. Like a morning session, or if you free, if okay means you can do half of session one day, like next week onwards, sir. Better.
yeah. I said no. If you want one to one, I can do it for you.
Yes, sir.
If you want to join the group or the team, that also you can attend.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay, because the mind full mind stuck, sir, because like I'm focusing full job almost, upskilling both only, sir. But if I get any some offer in hand means, I'll make a proper roadmap. Like I will schedule and I'm planning like that, sir. Like one by I need to upskill. If I get one anything offer means like thinking.
Yeah, Venkatesh, if you want survive, no,
Yes,
in this any domain, upskilling is very, very important.
it's true, sir.
Okay, one is self-learning and upskilling,
Yes, sir.
and
Sure, sir.
that's why I mean, I read a lot. I upskill myself a lot. Even now, see, I'm 44, but I
Okay.
still keep working. I mean, upskill myself. Some I may not know, but I keep reading. Okay, I mean, let me know if you want one to one or you want to join the group. Uh, we can discuss on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah. And interview also let me know so that I can help you on that.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. And so we'll move to clause 8.4. 8.4 is very small one.
Yes.
uh, but important one. Then is 8.5. 8.5 is very, very important.
Yes, sir.
After that, after 8.4 and 8.5, I'll talk about internal audit.
Yes, sir.
The 8.4 is only one section. Like, see, we have discussed clause 8 is about measurement, okay, monitoring, measurement, analysis, and improvement. Okay, or you can say monitoring, analysis, and improvement. See, we have looked at 8.1, which is general, like how you do the planning for monitoring, SOPs for all that. Okay. 8.2, we have discussed what are the things where you need to monitor. Okay. 8.3, we discussed like what are the non-conforming, how to control the non-conforming products. See, 8.2 is also very important. Okay, the customer feedback, internal audits, regulatory handling, reg- regulatory reporting or advisory notices, recalls, okay, uh, complaint handling. 8.22 is very, very important. 8.2, okay. 8.1 is general planning. 8.3 is on how you handle non-conforming products. Okay, there are different ways like how you rework, you do concession, you scrap it. Okay, but important thing is you need to identify, segregate, document, label so that they won't mix up with accepted products. Okay, and then there is a rework which you can do. Uh, and 8.4, see the first 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 are talking on monitoring things, customer focus, customer feedback, internal auditing, okay, and lot of other things, complaint handling, how you will monitor, how you will do advisory notices, okay, all that. Then we'll move to 8.4, which means the second part of it, the analysis. Once you get all the data, okay, measuring data, monitoring data. Measuring data also includes your QA, QC reports, your test reports of material, okay, validation, verification reports, your complaint analysis, okay, your internal audit reports, your management review reports, okay, even your external audit reports. You'll have lot of inputs, okay. I mean, your sterilization reports, customer feedbacks, okay, your production reports, productivity, rejections, okay, product capability, performance, all that reports you'll have. You'll have even your quality objectives. Have you achieved your quality objectives? Okay. And I said internal audits, what are your NCs? There will be a lot of inputs you will be having. That inputs, how you analyze them. Okay, I'll share the list of inputs also. See, whatever I mentioned, there will be 15 inputs starting from your uh, quality policy, quality objectives, quality plan, management reviews, okay, internal audits, customer feedbacks, complaints, okay, external audit reports, internal audit reports, your advisory notices, your production data, your rejections, acceptance, QA, QC data, all from product realization, your design and development data, okay, your recalls data, all this data, quality objectives data. So all this data, many companies just write the reports and just they file it and keep it in an almara or they store it somewhere. Okay, that is the most useless work most companies do. See, when you have a lot of data, it is very important that you need to analyze the data. What is happening with the data? Because it gives you a lot of insights what's really happening. I'm not telling about 6 months data. I'm telling about I if I look at any company's 2 year, 3 year data, all this what I have mentioned, audit reports, complaints, trend analysis, rejection, rejections, quality objects, all that reports. If I go through this, okay, not only the current, last 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, you can analyze like what the company, what is happening in the company. Okay, how the products, does the product development happening? Of course, you need some marketing data also. Okay, what is the health of QMS? Why there is reoccurrence of complaints? Okay, is the complaint same? Is the complaint trend analysis happening? What is the rejections and why the rejections are happening? The root cause of rejections, how you can control, bring down rejections, how you can bring down the non-compliances. Okay, there will be a lot of things where you need to analyze and you will get some very good understanding on the company. Okay, you should have an overview on all the things from your management reviews because in last 2 3 years lot of things should have happened in an organization, whether you have trained the personnel, training of personnel happened because that is company responsibility that you need to train and upskill people. Of course, self learning like you is also important, but company should develop the skills of the employees. What's happening in the regulations? Are new regulations coming? What is happening to the QMS, ISO? New standards are coming. There is a lot of changes that happen. Okay. On risk management, what is happening? Okay. On European regulations, Indian regulations. So all this you should have a clear concept on what's happened and what is going to happen in next 3 years. How the company is going to be in next 3 years. Whether it's coming with new products or the same products, is the market same, is the margin same, is the employees they are getting trained or upskilling, is the QMS still going fall or your complaint rates coming down or increasing, your rejections, what is happening to your rejections, okay, what is your productivity. So all this and how good you are at documentation. Okay, clause 4 like uh, do you follow good documentation practices? So all this come, I mean, you need to analyze the data. Okay, separately you can analyze and combinedly you can analyze. Each one you can analyze. So management reviews, I can analyze it separately. Audit, internal audits, I can analyze separately. Last 3 years internal audits, what happened? External audits, what happened? If you have closed the NCs, why there is reoccurrence of NCs? Why the same NCs are coming? If the complaints have done the corrective action, why there are still complaints? Okay, you need to understand it in depth. So that is analysis. I know most companies don't do this. Not most, many companies don't do the data what they have. Just they keep the data in the file and they keep it in some almara in the racks to show to the auditors. Okay, this they call retention of records. But that records has to be analyzed. What is the fun of having records? Okay, once you analyze the records, you will get lot of understanding, lot of inputs where I am weak, where I am strong, where I need to improve. Okay, so the organization must establish documented procedure. See, you will find this everywhere in any class. You should have a procedure. Okay, and that procedure should be documented as an SOP. How you determine, okay, collect, analyze appropriate data. Okay, how you determine what are the things which you want to take to analyze. Like I told 10 things, there could be another 5 things where you want to analyze your maintenance records or housekeeping records also. Okay, there will be a lot of records, your clean room records, your environmental monitoring records, all that records. Okay, you need to determine what you need to take, collect them, okay, and analyze appropriately. You need to analyze appropriately, okay, using suitable methods, including statistical techniques. See, I'll tell you on statistical techniques later because this is a big subject. Uh, because I have done my diploma in applied statistics long back, but I like this subject statistics. Okay, but without statistics also, just viewing the data with simple Excel, you can analyze, you can do bar graphs or pie diagrams or XY scattered flows. You can analyze the data in last 3 4 years what is happening, or
Yes.
last 6 months what is happening. Yes, statistical techniques are a bit complicated, but still, if you know statistics, you can apply. Okay. And to demonstrate the suitability, effectiveness of your QMS, okay, how your QMS is working, how effective it is. See, when the QMS is effective, generally you will get a quality product. By default, you will get a quality product when your QMS is effective, when you are following all the clause and there are no NCs. I don't say that uh, any company will have zero NCs. Okay, even in MNCs, you will find a lot of NCs, non-compliances. Okay, but you have to keep
Yes.
non-compliances as
Yes.
minimum as possible and keep improving so that the non-compliances won't be repeated and won't increase. Okay, and why you are doing this? Once you see that your QMS is effective, you will get quality product, safe product, and to evaluate where improvements, why you are doing analysis of the data. Okay, to know the effectiveness of the QMS. And as I said, once the QMS is effective, you will get quality product. And secondly, to evaluate where the improvements can be done. So that data also shows where I have to improve. Do I improve on my production planning, rejection? If rejections are having, I should do an in-depth analysis why these are getting rejected. Okay, I should find the root cause, whether my validation is wrong or I'm not doing proper calibrations. Okay, if the complaints are happening, you should do a root cause analysis. If there are NCs, okay, in your internal audits, and if you are not getting, the most important thing is you have to get updated with the regulations, the standards. Okay, you should know what are the updated regulations. See, today it is ISO 13485 2016. When this ISO came 10 years back, see, 10 years is a very long time, it's a decade. See, when in 2016 I was learning about ISO. Okay, in India nobody knows about ISO that time 2016 because in India medical device rules came in 2017, but it took lot of time for us to implement even the rules. IMDR 2017, but it took 3 4 years. So we are very immature in implementing systems. Okay, if you look at other regulations, suppose US, they have 50-year history where the regulations came in medical devices. Okay, they are CDRH, FDA regulations. Europe, they have
Yes, yes,
almost 30 years history. But in India, we are just 5 6 years old where the medical device regulations came in. Earlier, we used to follow Drugs and Cosmetics Act, which are we used to follow what is there for pharmaceuticals, even for medical devices. But in 2017 only we got this, and it took time. So you need to analyze
yes,
all this. What are the improvements, not only in your company, but outside the world? What are the new regulations that are coming? You know, EUMDR came with new regulations. USFDA now combined with ISO
okay,
13485. Okay, USFDA QMS is not separate. They have combined with ISO 13485. Then in risk management, you have 2019 edition, but now you have 2025 edition. Biocompatibility new edition came in. Okay, there are new things that are coming. So the company and mainly the personnel has to update what are the regulations, what are the new standards that are coming for the improvement of the organization and the system. Okay. And what is the feedback? What are the mandatory inputs you need to analyze? Okay, I said customer feedbacks, one. Okay. Conformity to product requirements. These are all QC, QA reports, material test reports, all these reports. Okay. Characteristics and trends of processes and products. How I said, while you're measuring and monitoring the product and the process. Okay, that is 8.2.5 and 8.25. How your processes are effective. Or just you have the processes, procedures just on paper and nobody is following. Okay, I know a lot of companies have a lot of documents. They have SOPs. They have thousands of SOPs. I've seen a company where it has 600 SOPs. Okay, in Chennai, where uh, that company is my client, but they never follow one SOP. Okay, and whether your products are conforming to the processes when you have the product, whether you are conforming to the processes. Okay, and what are the trends that you see in your process? Are you following, not? Are you adapting to the updated processes, or still you are 10 years back? Okay. And what is happening to your products? Suppose if you don't follow the process, of, by default, the product, there will be problem with the products. Okay, you are not valid, you are not following the validation process, you are not following the sterilization process, you are not following any clause. Okay, you are not following clause 7, you are not following clause 4, not doing documentation properly. Okay, and design and development, production, everything, then you'll end of the day you'll have a bad product. And the suppliers, I said you also need to take at the purchasing process 7.4. Okay, how you are purchasing it. As per the clause, are you getting all requirements, purchasing information, verification of the product, what is the supplier agreement? Okay, that should be an input. Whether the material is getting the raw material, what you are procuring from the supplier is getting rejected every time, or is it accepted? How frequently there are delays? Is it delivering on time? Where is your supplier audit report? And the other is audits. It could be internal audit or external audit, but mainly we will take here internal audits. 8.2.4 service reports. Okay, if you have machinery, what is the servicing, installation and servicing report, field safety corrective actions, complaints, okay, how you are addressing them. So all this will give you all this data you need to collect. Okay, I haven't mentioned some of them, like the management review meetings. Okay, that is very, very important. Quality objectives. Okay, that is very, very important. And all the production planning data, how many you have produced per day or per year. In that, how many are rejections? If there are rejections, just we look at rejections and leave. Okay, 5% rejection. But still you need to go in depth and understand in that 5%, what are different types of rejections. All rejections won't happen just for one reason. Okay, in that there could be 3% happening because of this outer lumen diameter is high or inner lumen diameter is low, and 2% are happening because of this, and 1% is happening because of this. So if what you need to do when you know percentage separately, okay, not as a group, 5% is common, but when you separate the rejections, why they are happening, then you will get a trend like, okay, this is 3%. Out of 5, this is 3%. If I can correct this problem, 3% will be reduced. Then I will come to almost 98% productivity. Okay, my productivity will increase by 3%. So what is that 3% rejected? You need to work on root cause analysis. You need to look at specifications, equipment, all that stuff. Okay, then you can go to next one, 1%. What is that happening? Can you really correct it or not? So all that you need to do. Okay. So these are some of the inputs management. There are, I'll share an SOP on that. What should be the inputs for data analysis? Okay, basic statistical techniques. I said no, so you can do some control charts. Okay, like your bar diagrams or your XY scattered or pie charts. Okay, these are very simple things used in Excel. Or Pareto charts are is mainly a Pareto analysis is the comparison of what happened last year and what is happening this year. Okay, you analyze it. What happened 2 years back and what is happening now? Is there any improvement? Or are we coming down? Okay, you need to do a comparison like 6 months back what happened, now what happened, 1 year back what happened, now what happened. And this also helps you in future what how you can improve, what you need to do. Okay. Or correlation or regression. Correlation is again the same thing. You need to correlate your production yield or production rejection rates, which rejections are happening, complaints, which complaints are happening more, percentage of complaints. I have done kappa, but still it's happening. Why it's happening? Okay. So you need to detect the patterns because you have large data. See, data is so much valuable. See, for me, data is like gold. See, you can't get data so easily. Okay. Suppose I have 3 year data of a company. It work, I mean, you can do wonders with that data. See, even in, you would have known like in AIML also, everything depends on the data only. Without data, there is no AI. Everything comes out of data only in AIML. Even if you do the recent generative AI or all generative AI, ChatGTP or Gemini or Anthropic, everything is from certain data. Okay, immediately in 10 seconds, how you get answer for that? Because they have large storage of data, a large collection of literature or data, okay, where they store it in data centers. You would have known data centers. Okay, now India is becoming a hub for data centers, but data centers are useless. Data centers won't give jobs. Data centers consume lot of energy. You need to continuously 24 into 7, 365 days, you need to give power. India is not in a position to give power. So why people, Western countries are coming to India only for data centers? Because that is a useless thing. Okay, you need large space, large CPUs, okay, GPUs to store the data. Okay, and that generate a lot of heat. These data centers generate a lot of heat, and that is why there is a lot of global warming. But why I'm selling is data is so much useful. All AML platforms depend on data only. Without data, there is no AI. Okay, so you need to have that data and detect patterns because see, chat GTP you call it. Why you call GTP? What is GPT? It is a generative pre-trained okay transducer because it will have a data which is trained already. They do in ML, AML, they train the data. Okay, when you get the data, first what they do is the training of the data. Suppose I ask this question, what I'm telling example of generative AI because you understand, you people understand this chat GTP and Gemini more. But there are very important applications more than generative AI. Okay, in ML platforms, you can do lot of wonders with data. But they are all pre-trained before they train it. Okay, they are pre-trained on the data and they give you the results. And many a time, sometimes not a many time, they give you wrong results also. Okay. So you need to detect patterns like what happened, what are the outliers. Outliers are the one which lie. Suppose you have a trend, okay, trend like every parameter or your yield, every year your yield is around 95%. Last 1 year, last 3 years, it is 96, 94, 95. Around that range you are getting. That is the pattern you are seeing your production yield. But suddenly your production will drop to 80%. Where you are at 94, 95, 96, that is the general trend. But suddenly your production drops to 85 or 90 or 80%. Okay, that we call it as an outlier. It is far distant from the trend what is happening. Okay, the average is around 95, but suddenly you have something 80. Even you can have an outlier above also. If it is 95, suddenly you'll get 99. Okay, both ways it is an outlier. If it is 99, still you need to work why I got 99 yield this year, because it's a positive trend. Okay, it helps you like, okay, I got 99 this year. What good things I have done, whether I followed all the processes and I have stick to the clause, all the QMS, then you can repeat the same thing next year so that again you will get 99%. If it is 80% below the trend, still you need to work why I got this 80%. My average was 95. Why I got 80? So why you want to analyze this also negative results so that you don't repeat this next year. If it is positive one, you will repeat that next year. If it is a negative one, see where the mistakes are so that you don't do the mistakes again. Okay, and get 80% next year also. Okay, that is the reason why you need to understand why these outliers are the one which fall very distant from the average. Okay, any emerging quality problems, see as you keep production or when you initially start production, okay, or if you are a startup, something like that, or if you are doing production for 3 4 years, you will get new problems. Okay, you will encounter new quality problems. Okay, you need to address them before they escalate into major failures. Okay, when the problems are minor, you need to address them. If they are not, if you don't address the problems when they are minor, okay, they escalate. As I told in internal audit, if there is a minor NC in one process, if you have not addressed that, it will spread to another process. Then it keeps spreading to all the processes. When all the processes are affected, okay, it becomes escalated. It what we call it as systemic problem, systemic failure. Systemic means it spreads throughout the company, which started as a minor one. If you are, since you are not corrected, it spreads throughout the company, throughout the processes. And systemic means spreading, like say, in body if we have infection, okay, through blood it spreads. Total blood will become infected. That is why we call it as systemic infection. Okay, here also it becomes systemic, and at last the total QMS will fall down or collapse. Okay, then you will have all rejected products or non-conforming products, or you'll have a lot of complaints. Okay, all this will happen. That's why I said, like, if there are two, three processes, same processes where there are NCs, you have to make them minor NCs are there. If you have not corrected them, you have to make it as a major NC in your internal audit. Otherwise, people don't take it seriously. So minor will become major. Okay. So these are important things where you need to do in analysis of data, where from you collect the data, okay, how you determine, collect, analyze the data, and how it should be analyzed. Simple techniques like control charts, comparison charts, correlation. You need to find what are the trends. patterns that are happening. Okay, what are the outliers? Outliers are the one I said which follow outside the trend, outside the average. Okay, before they become major failures, you should identify them. That is why you need to analyze the data. You don't analyze the data, you think they are very minor, you don't analyze it. After some time, these minor things will become major, they will spread and will escalate. So that is the reason you need to analyze the data for the improvement of your QMS, effectiveness, no effectiveness of your QMS, and for good product quality. So after analysis of data, what you will do improvement. Okay, that is clause 8.5, which is the last one. This is all NC. Okay, which one you should write as major, which one you should write as minor. Okay, that is 8.4. Then comes 8.5, which is the last clause in ISO, which is very, very important. It talks about improvement. You have you have done the measurement or monitoring, you have got data and you have analyzed the data, how you will do improvements. Okay. Here you have general, again it is general. Okay. The organization should identify, implement actions necessary to maintain continued suitability, effectiveness of the QMS and safety and performance of the medical device. So from the data, you will get an understanding after you analyze this. Then you will see how to maintain a consistent QMS, okay, effective
Yes, sir.
QMS for safety and performance of the devices. Okay. It also inputs comes from quality objectives, audit results, your PMS analysis of this already we discussed. Okay. So in this 5 point, how you can improve is 8.5.2 doing a corrective action. Okay, it is basically called COPPA. CA is corrective action. PA is preventive action. Okay, corrective action is something which the corrective action is mandated to eliminate the root cause of the actual non-conforming to product, prevent its reoccurrence. So why you do corrective action? Okay, you do corrective action in any process, whether it's any clause. You do a kappa, whether it's corrective action or preventive action. But the difference here is, okay, corrective action, you do it to eliminate the reoccurrence of the problem or the non-conformity or the NC. So the NC should not come again. Okay. And for that, what you need to understand, if there is an NC, you need to understand what is the root cause of this. Okay, you have to do a root cause analysis. Say, review non-conformities. First, you need to know what are the non-conformities from your data. Determine the causes of non-conformities. Why these non-conformities are coming. Okay. There are different ways to know why non-conformities are coming as per it's not there in the standard, but I'll share a SOP on that. It is called as root cause analysis. How to know that there is a non-conformity? It's not like you can directly identify why this has happened. Okay, the standard, there are three models where you understand. It is called, one is called five whys. Actually, it came this from Toyota. Toyota, the car manufacturing company. They had this same problem. There are complaints from the car automakers that there is, because it's Japanese has invented this five why. You have to ask every time why five times. Okay, suppose if there is a non-conformity, first time I'll ask why. Then it says that the raw material, I have not tested the raw material. Okay, then second time I ask why you have not tested the raw material. Okay, because I accepted COA or COC. Without testing the raw material based on COA, COC, why have you accepted? Third time I ask why. Okay, and we will say that the person is not trained, or the purchasing person is not trained on the purchasing process. Then I'll ask why. Why the purchasing person is not trained? Okay. Then it will go, this purchasing person has to be trained. Then I'll ask why he is not trained. I'll ask the management or HR why he is not trained. Then it will say that we don't have time or we don't have resources to train. So where we have come from a raw material, we have come to an end, like why this non-conformity happened. Five times I asked why, and we have ended saying that this person is not trained, and they have said that there is no time and resource to train that person. So that is the root cause. Then we will say every person, okay, in the company who is handling the critical process has to be trained immediately. Whether it's in production, R&D, or purchasing, or something measuring, or QC, has to be trained. So at the end, you will know why this non-conformity happened. Okay, you take any non-conformity, you ask why. At the last fifth why, you will get some answer why this has happened. Okay, there is another model called fishbone diagram. Okay, like the fish will have bones. Okay, uh, they'll have bones radial on both sides. So you need to look from the raw material. Okay, one bone is raw material, one is the purchasing process, the other is documentation process, the other is manufacturing. So where it happened, till the user end, till the marketing, whether it's QC, regulatory, marketing, you need to look at all the processes. It could be one process or combination of processes that could have non-conformity. The other model is tree model, they call. Tree model also looks like a fishbone. You will have a lot of branches. You need to look at a lot of reasons why it has happened. Okay, then finally you will arrive at some conclusion why this has happened. So root cause analysis is very important. Then evaluating the need for action to prevent reoccurrence. After understanding the root cause, why it happened. So my corrective action is, in the example I told, my corrective action is I need to train the personnel. The person is not aware, like whenever there is a material comes, he has to test it, not just depend upon the COA, COC or test reports of the supplier. Okay, then I need, that is the corrective action. Okay, so when I'm doing a corrective action, I am eliminating the reoccurrence. So next time he won't do that. So the reoccurrence of the complaint won't happen. Then after the corrective action, we will review the effectiveness of the corrective action. Suppose I have trained him, okay? Trained him on total purchasing process, clause 7.4. I have trained him that this is how you need to do the purchasing, supplier audit, XYZ, all this. Then I will see whether he is doing effectively or not. How I'll see? I'll keep monitoring him for 2-3 months under a supervisor whether he is doing everything correctly. Okay, immediately I may not know. The other thing is after training him, I will I will exam him. It could be a written exam or oral exam, but that should be documented. All training records has to be documented. Okay. Once I train him and examine him, I keep an exam. Okay, he has answered everything. Then still I won't believe him because he has learned it orally. Or on training he has learned orally. But in implementation, whether he is doing it correctly or not, I'll keep him doing that purchasing and I'll keep a supervisor under him and keep monitoring him whether he is doing right or wrong. Then I'll approve him that okay, the corrective action, that is the training, is effective. Okay. Like that, in your internal audits also, you need to see when you raise an NC as per the clause. See here the clause is 7.4. As per 7.4, you have written an NC, objective evidence that he has not tested the material. Okay, that NC you have given. They give corrective action as training of they find the root cause, why it happened. So the corrective action is training of the purchasing person. They say like, I have trained him. They will give you training records. What is the proof that you have trained? They'll give you the training notes, training records. Okay. Then they will show you that under this supervision, last 3 months he is working and there is no problem with the NC. Then you have done the verification and you can close that NC. Suppose he has not done training or he has done training. Okay, the HR or the management has made him to train on purchasing process, but there is no records, there is no training notes, no training exam. They have not shown you any records, no documents, just orally they are telling that I have trained him. Okay. And they have told I have trained him and he is working under some supervision. There is no supervisor looking after him. So the effectiveness of verification, effectiveness of the corrective action, okay, is not proper. He is not trained. Well, if he is trained, where is the evidence? So everything you should have an evidence to check whether the corrective action is right or wrong, or they have done it or not. If they have not done it, if they have done it, it is fine. You can close the NC in your audit. But if they have not done it, the NC is open. Then you will tell to them within a stipulated time you close this NC. Otherwise, this NC, when the external auditor will come, okay, because the external auditor will look at the NCs that are there in the internal audit. Okay, the first document he looks is your internal audit when the external auditor comes. So he'll see that this NC is closed. Then he'll make it as a major NC. Okay, this is what is called corrective action. Okay, then what is preventive action? Okay, preventive action is something if you have a potential non-conformity. Okay, how to potential non-conformity or a potential process which is non-conformity, how to totally eliminate it permanently, okay, in the system. Suppose I said corrective action, I have done it for only the purchasing person. I said like training has to be done for purchasing person because I found NC there. But in the whole company, okay, there could be lot of people who are not trained. They may come, could be NCs, okay, mainly on the training in other departments also. Okay. Then what you do, you look at all the departments and you see who is trained, who is not trained. You list all the people trained even in other departments, not only purchasing. Okay, and then you train them, you conduct exam, you monitor them under supervisor, is production people or design people or quality person, you train them all on whatever is required. Okay, if we don't know 13485, training. If we don't know measurement analysis, you train him on that. If you don't know risk management, train him on that. If you repair separate skills, okay, you train him on that. So what you are doing is you are preventing possible reoccurrence of this, okay, training non-conformity. It can become a potential non-conformity permanently. Okay, permanently you are closing. This is preventive action. Corrective action generally takes place immediately. Like immediately, suppose if you take a complaint, okay, the corrective action is immediately provide a regulatory advice not to use the devices. Immediate action. That is corrective action is don't use the devices. Okay. Or recall the devices. That is corrective action. Preventive action is a long-term process where you don't make the mistake or you don't have this problem again and again. It is total elimination of potential non-conformity that there should not be any reoccurrence. So what I do, like I recall and I do a root cause analysis why this happened. Okay, is the problem with the QC, why it has passed, why it went into the market. Okay, is the QC, did he really check it? Or is there a problem with his training? I use 5i or fishbone, I use anything. But my immediate corrective action is to recall them so that the problem won't spread or the complaint won't spread otherwise. That is corrective action. Preventive action is looking at the details of it. Okay, why this product went outside, which is a non-conforming product and has complaint. Did he get the wrong technical specification? Is there a problem? So we look at all this and we'll adopt system or process or procedure that this problem will not happen again in the organization permanently. The reoccurrence doesn't happen permanently. Okay, this is preventive action. Okay, you're totally preventing it. Suppose to make it understand simply, suppose on the house you will have, generally on the house you will have, on the roof you will have small 2 or 3 feet wall so that people won't fall from the roof. You construct 3 feet or 4 feet wall. Okay. Suppose because of rain or something, some part of the wall is broken. Okay. So when it is broken, there is a chance that the person by accident he may fall down from the roof. So my corrective action, what I do? Immediate action, I'll keep some big log or tree or some indication there. Okay, I'll keep some wooden plank there so that they will know, or I'll draw a red line, or I'll do something immediately so that people won't go to that place where the wall has fallen. Okay, wall has broken or fallen from the roof. Because if anybody goes there, they will die. So the immediate action, corrective action is that I see so that there won't be any reoccurrence of it. But my potential action is, my preventive action will be again to construct the wall. Whatever is broken, I need to construct the wall again. That is, when I construct the wall, that is a permanent action. Nobody will, if they lean to the wall, if they go to that side of the wall, nobody will fall down from the roof. That is preventive action. I am again constructing the broken wall on the rooftop so that nobody will fall down. That is preventive action. Okay, so you need to work on the corrective action, preventive action for any NC and check the effectiveness of it. Okay, whether it is working properly or not. The corrective action, is it working properly? Suppose I have kept some wooden plank or something. Okay, as a corrective action, I have kept it so that nobody will go to that side. If they go to that side, also they won't fall. So I will check, okay, by pushing the wooden plank or the log what I have kept, whether it is able to prevent falling from the roof. Okay, temporarily it's fine, you are able to prevent, but the permanent is, I have constructed a wall. After constructing the wall, so also I will verify whether the wall is properly constructed, whether he has used the right cement, right bricks, right concrete. Then after construction, I'll push the wall and see whether it is properly constructed. So that is preventive action. So you are verifying the COPA. You are verifying the correction, you are verifying the preventive action. So that is very, very important. It is not only doing correction with root cause analysis, prevention with root cause analysis, but it is also verifying whether that correction is proper or not. Okay, whatever correction you have done, whatever prevention you have done, is addressing the problem, is addressing the non-compliance. Okay, you need to verify it. This also comes in your internal audit. You need to verify all this stuff. Okay, this is last one, COPA, corrective action, preventive action. I hope you understood what I said.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have any doubts in this? See, most of these, some of the things or most of this, you may read it, you may read all clause, you may understand all clause, but when you understand it better is when you start implementing them.
Yes.
Okay, you may understand everything about internal audit, but once you do audit 2 3 times, first time you may feel like how to plan it, how to do it, but as you keep doing once and twice, you practice it, it becomes easy for you. Any clause like that.
Yes, sir.
Implementation is more important. Documentation and knowing is one part, and implementing it is second part. When you implement, you remember it for a long time,
Yes.
or you remember it forever. Okay, not long time.
Yes, sir.
So this is all about ISO 13485 2016. Maybe in 2026 or 27 there will be new edition that may come. That time you can come back to me and ask me what are the changes that happened in the new edition.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we will go to the internal audit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me 2 minutes. I'll go to washroom and come.
Yes, sir.
Recap. ఎక్కువ క్లాత్ వేసుకున్నాను. మీకు క్లాత్ అనేసి ఈ బిస్కెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అదే న్యూట్రీ చాయిస్ ఈ బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ వేసుకో ఎండా ఉన్నది బాగా. Yeah, Venkatesh, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll discuss in next 1 hour.
Yes, sir.
See, this is SOP of internal audit. Generally, the standard we follow ISO 13485 2016, and you need to remember this standard also. Of course, I'll share this document with you. ISO 19011 2018. Actually, this is a standard which talks about auditing system. Okay, not in general about medical devices. Okay, I mean, not specifically about medical devices, but in general, how quality management auditing happens. Okay, 19011, any, as I said, no, in 9001, it is very generic, very general. Any company can have 9001. So, like this, 19011 2018 is also a standard which tells you the procedure to do auditing, quality management auditing. Okay, but it is in very generic, general. It tells not just, it's not specific for medical devices. Generally, general auditing, how it should be done. Okay, because this comes in your exam, you need to remember this standard, how auditing should be done. It's called as quality management system, quality management auditing system. Okay, I think I would have written somewhere. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, it 19011 is guidelines for auditing management system. So other guidelines also, suppose if in India we are there, we need to follow IMDR. If I am there, CE marking also I have. Then this applicable reference standards include MDR also. But generally, since internal audit is about quality system, generally we follow ISO 13485 2016, and based on this clause that are there in 13485, there is a system, okay, a process in 19011 which tells you how to conduct it. Okay, I'll tell you how to conduct that. The process, I mean, the purpose of this is, okay, the purpose of this procedure is a systemic, okay, independent and documented method for planning, conducting, reporting, and closing internal. See, these words are very, very important. Is a systemic independent. Okay, you are doing independently. You are not dependent on anybody's advice, like don't give NC, don't give very less NCs to R&D, less NCs to protection, all this. Okay, and you need to document. First, you need to do planning. Planning in the sense, suppose there is an internal audit in next 15 days. So what you will do is, okay, if you are internal auditor, if you are head of the internal auditing, generally you will send a circular saying that so and so date internal audit will be done, because you can't do internal audit in all departments on same day. Okay, maybe in these 3 days internal audit will be done. So day one R&D, okay, R&D will be done internal audit, or you will give the date 3rd June 2026 R&D and marketing. Then you need to write the name of who is the auditee. Auditee is the person whom you are going to audit, whom you are going to ask questions. Okay. Then the head of the R&D will be the auditee. The head of marketing will be the auditee. Then you need to write who is the auditor, because in the internal audits there won't be one person. There will be 3, 4 internal auditors, okay, who will do the audits. If one person does the audit, it takes a lot of time. So you need to complete internal audit in 3, 4 days. Because if you do audit for a week or 10 days, okay, then there will be a lot of time that will be wasted. So generally you'll have more than one internal auditor, 2, 3 auditors, and one auditor, generally the head of the QA will be the head internal auditor. He will send a circular to all departments, or he'll place it on the notice board, or he'll send it through emails, that is through internal communication, that from this day we are having internal audit. Okay, on this day you have internal audit for this department, this is the auditee, and the auditor, internal auditor is Venkatesh Joshi. Okay, you can audit 2, 3 departments. So that is what is planning. Okay, and that has to be informed. So in planning, what you will also write, I will be auditing as per, I will be auditing the ISO 13485 2016 QMS system. Okay, and the scope of the audit includes the company scope. I will audit the SOPs, procedures, or design and development, so and so. Okay, all the quality management. This generally the head of QA will write. This is the scope of auditing, and you will also write, okay, how I'll conduct the audit. Okay, the conducting of the audit, I'll start at first. I'll do the audit of R&D. Okay, first I'll do a random sampling of your documents. It's not like the auditor will look at all documents. Okay, it is called as random sampling. You will pick up what are the important documents, and before that you need to see what are the previous internal audits when it is conducted, what are their NCs. Are their NCs closed? Okay, you need to check them. So if they are not closed, you need to repeat that and say this is a major NC, you have not closed it. So previous report you need to carry, previous internal audit report. And generally audits are conducted based on sampling. It's not like you look at all the SOPs or all the documents, all the records. Where you find doubt, okay, you connect that to other processes. Are you getting my point?
Ah, yes, sir.
So you conduct that process. Suppose I find some deficiency in one SOP, and then I'll immediately look at the record, whether the record is matching our SOP or not. And that SOP generally will be connected to another SOP. So I'll see whether they are following the clause. Okay, in that SOP, if design and development is there, are they following the clause in design and development? Have they done design and development planning? What is it? Where are the documents? So you will conduct all that and you will do the reporting. Reporting is, I said, first you will write the what is the objective evidence of the NC. Okay, what is the clause? Okay, and what is the objective evidence you have found? And very importantly, whether which under which NC it comes. It comes as an observation or a minor NC or a major NC. I'll tell you which of them will come as my observation, minor and major. And you need to close it. How you will close it? Just now I told you, after you give the NC, you will give time to them to do a corrective action on the NC. They will do the corrective action, will come with some evidence saying that I have closed it. I have done the corrective action. Then you will verify, okay? You will verify what corrective actions I have done, and you will also see whether the verification is the corrective action is effective. Okay, you'll verify that. And if you feel that the corrective action is effective and it won't happen again, it won't reoccur again, then you will say this is closed.
Yes.
Okay, there will be a format for writing the NCs. Okay, one is what is the NC, what is the objective evidence, what is the clause. Okay, this you will write it, and you will also ask the auditee to write what is the corrective action and what is the evidence. Then you will verify the effectiveness of the corrective action. Then you will sign each NC whether it is closed or whether it is ineffective or still further corrective action has to be done. So this is planning. Everything has to be documented. It have to be done independently. Planning, conducting, reporting, and closing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Like objective evidence and scope, and like identifying the discrepancy. It's enough
Yeah.
for auditor, even though we only need to give corrective action for them, or they will decide
No, no,
after
no.
2 months.
We won't give corrective action.
Okay.
The auditee has to write the corrective action.
No, sir, I'm not understood. Actually, for example, you are an auditor, your objective evidence, scope, and clause, which under it
Yeah,
will
I
come,
will
you will
write
come.
the objective evidence. I am the auditor. You see, you are the auditee. Okay, you are head of QA or QC.
Okay, okay,
I am the auditor. I'll come to you and find some problem with your SOP and your record or any SOP. Then I'll write the objective evidence what I have seen in the SOP. I'll write
yes,
SOP, it will have a number.
yes,
SOP number so and so, dated so and so. Okay, and the title of the SOP and so is incomplete or there is it is not following the requirements. Okay, and I'll say or it is not matching the records. That
okay,
is my objective evidence which I'll write.
yes,
Then I will then I'll write the clause. Under the clause 4.3 or 4 or 4.2. Okay. Hello.
yes, sir.
So under clause
Yes, sir.
4.2, so under clause, some clause 5.2 or whatever clause it is, you can carry the standard with you. You can refer which
Yes, sir.
standard it falls. Okay, it's not that you need to by heart everything. So under which standard it falls, which clause it falls, and where you need to write. See, one NC can fall into 2, 3 clause.
Yes, sir.
Okay, suppose he has not done documentation properly in R&D. It comes under clause 4 or 4.2 or 4.3.
Yes.
Okay, documentation is problem. Because it is R&D, then you go to clause 7.3. In R&D, in design planning, clause 7.4.1, the design planning is not done properly. So you can have more than one clause for an NC. Have you got my point?
Yes, sir, I got it.
Okay. So what we do is we evaluate the conformity. The main purpose is whether the QMS system is in conformity, okay, and the regulatory requirements are all followed, and there are internal procedures. Are all procedures in place? Whether it's quality system procedures, quality manual, scope, SOPs, standard operating procedures, standard test procedures, work instructions, records, formats, annexures, all are just in place and they are following the regulatory requirements. Suppose if we are in India, are they following IMDR 2017? Do they know what is the classification of the products? Okay. Are they following the schedule? See, IMDR has different schedules and different chapters. Okay, what is the product description? What is the manufacturing process? Okay, see, when you go to that manufacturing department, you'll ask what is the process flow chart. What is the manufacturing process flow chart? You will ask. They will show it. Okay, if the process, if it is not clear, the manufacturing process is not written or it is a old document, not updated. Okay, and you have seen that there is they are not doing online QC. You say that in this process you need to do online QC, so there is an NC. Because in production planning they say that QC tests or mainly measurement or monitoring has to be done throughout the production or product realization. Throughout product realization, you need to do monitoring and measurement. So during production also you need to do monitoring and measurement. Okay, are they monitoring the environmental conditions of the area of production? All this you need to do and determine implementation effectiveness of the QC. Then later you will understand whether the based on the NCs, we discussed all this, whether the QC QMS is effective or not, implementation is happening or not, is that effective or not, and you also understand what are the opportunities for improvement, where the QMS can be improved. I'm telling about the purpose. Okay. Ensure readiness. Suppose if you do internal audits, which means that you are ready for the external audits or regulatory inspections. Okay. External audits generally done by the lead auditors. Okay. Suppose I am a qualified lead auditor. I have taken lead auditor training long back, 10 years back with the BSA. So a lead auditor can train an internal auditor. I have the eligibility to train an internal auditor. So when you are ready, it helps. Internal audits helps you to be ready for the external audits or any inspections or even customer inspections, client audits. So internal audits are very, very important to prepare for the other outside audits. So that is the purpose of internal audit. Okay. The scope includes all processes. Okay, this already told departments, functions, in the QMS. All internal audits conducted as per the internal audit program or unplanned audits triggered by events. Suppose there are some events which you didn't expect, still you can audit them. Suppose you have entered into a clean room. Okay, there is a dustbin with lot of chocolate wrappers or biscuits. In clean room, there should not be any dustbins with so it's that will become a major NC. Okay, untriggered events or unplanned audits are you can like say if there is a complaint, two three complaints that came in production. Okay, it's not that you have planned the audit. Immediately you can go and audit, okay, the production department because there is a complaint. That is unplanned audit. You go to the production or clean room and see that, okay, there can be planned audits, there could be unplanned audits. Planned audits happens periodically, okay, as per the plan. Unplanned audits happen when there are some events, okay, which affect the QMS. Suppose I say there are complaints, lot of complaints, then I go for internal audit. Suppose there is a new infrastructure added, something like say a new QC room or QC department has been started. Then I'll audit QC. Suppose a new sterilization equipment has been installed. I will do the audit of the sterilization. So if anything new comes or any complaint comes, okay, then you can do unplanned audits. It's not that every 6 months you need to do. Okay, all auditors, lead auditors and auditees. Okay, lead auditors are mainly for external audits. So the scope includes all auditors, internal auditors, auditees. The procedure includes annual auditing plan. You can schedule it, could be annual, okay. Generally, this is for external audits, they do it annually. But you can plan it every 6 months or every 3 months. If you are having lot of NCs, lot of complaints, you can plan it every 3 months or every 6 months. Okay, but as per the schedule, you need to have yearly program, whether I'm doing it every 4 months, 6 months, or 2 months. Okay, and audit preparation and conduct. So you need to mention who are the internal auditors, whether they are qualified, they got the training how to do the audit, do they know about ISO 13485, 2016 in the clause, how to write the audit report. Okay, you have to do the preparation. How many auditors will be there, which departments we are auditing, and how to conduct, which dates to conduct. All that preparation has to be done. And how you identify the NCs, okay, and do the grading. Whether you give it as an observation, minor or major, and how you identify, okay, whether it's the process or the product or the procedure or the environment, the clean room. Suppose if you are in if you are doing class 6 or the infrastructure, or if you are doing the personal, okay, you look at the qualification, training records, skill of the personnel. Okay, you will ask some questions like what he knows about the products, about the company. Mainly, you'll ask what is the quality policy of the company, because quality policy everybody in the company should know. Okay, even from housekeeping, but they can tell it in any language. Okay, then reporting, how you will report after conducting the audit and the documentation. Then corrective action, what the corrective action will be done by the auditee, and verification, how you will verify the corrective action with objective evidence and closure of it. Okay, This is the scope and the procedure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, these are some of the definitions. What are internal audit criteria, audit evidence, audit findings. Okay, responsibilities. Management represent MR generally approves internal audits. Okay, ensures auditors and competent and independent. Review audit results during management reviews. Ensure timely closure of NCs. So within a given time, the NCs has to be closed. So internal audit should conduct audits objectively with evidence. That is what I said, objective evidence and independently. You should not be biased when you are doing the audit because you are auditing the process, the product and the system, not the individual. Okay, whoever it is, he can be management, he is head of QA or he can be head of anything. He can be MR also. You should not be biased. You are auditing the process, procedure, and the system. You are auditing the QMS, not the person.
Yes, sir.
Okay, collect evidence. You need to, there is objective evidence. Interview personnel. You can interview personnel like what job they are doing, what are their job description, job functions, what they do daily. You can interact with them and you can verify the processes. See, when you are doing inspection, this is very, very important, or when you are doing the audit, the the job or the operations should not be stopped. Okay, the operations should be in progress. If somebody is doing manufacturing or some assembly or some sterilization or some R&D work, they should not stop their. It's not that while you are doing the audit, they should stop all the work. Only the person whom you are auditing should stop his work and answer to your questions, show the documents, process. The remaining others can do it. Because if the whole process is stopped, it will affect your activity or production or your R&D or your purchasing process. So the work should not be stopped. Only the person whom you are auditing should attend for an hour or 2 hours. Okay. Document findings. Whatever findings you have, you should audit it. The auditee or process owner. See, auditee, we call the owner of the process. Cooperate with the auditors. Okay. He should show all the documents and should not say this is confidential, that is confidential, and should not uh, argue with the auditor. Okay. Argue that I will not show that you should cooperate with him, provide all information and records, implement corrective actions, correction and corrective actions. Once you give the report, NC report, you should do the corrective action and submit closure evidence. Okay, evidence means if he has done the corrective action, what is the evidence that you have done it? Just now I tell you have trained this person. He can't tell it orally. I have trained this person. What is the evidence? Show me the training records. Show me the exam record. Okay, this evidence you should ask. Okay, the procedure is you can do it as I said annually. You can do it 6 months or 3 months. Okay, all processes should be identified in the QMS. Okay, you should do the mapping of QMS based on the scope of your company. What are the departments you have? Okay, I showed like how the departments are interlinked. Okay, from customer requirement comes to R&D or design and development. Okay, then to production, then it goes to purchasing to management, management to resource management. So you should know what is the process that happens in your company. From company it differs, but you should know the process map Okay, your total QMS process map, how it happens. And you should also know regulatory requirements relevant to the product, whether it's MDR or IMDR, Indian regulations or Europe. And you should also do supplier audits. If you are an internal auditor, okay, you can do supplier audit. And this is what I told earlier, risk-based prioritization. Okay, wherever there is a high risk, whether it's high risk products or high risk processes or high risk complaints, okay, that you need to audit first. Okay, where there is more risk. Okay, sterilization, high risk. What is R&D? You have high risk. Validations, there is high risk. Clean rooms, okay, contamination and control, high risk. Okay, maybe all class 7 and 8 or 6, 7 and 8 are high risk that have direct impact on the product. So it is risk-based audit frequency. High risk, as I mentioned, sterilization, production, validation, design. You can do twice a year. Minimum risk, actually you can do everything. Low risk is HR and admin. Okay. So the internal audit program must include departments, processes, audit dates, auditors, audit team. What is the risk level? What is the audit type? Okay, planned or follow up or special or unplanned. Okay, unplanned or special audits, I said, if there are customer complaints. Without informing, you can do audit. Okay. Without notice, you can do audits on customer complaints, product recalls are there, repeated NCs are there, major NCs in external audits, process failures are happening, or if there is in change in regulatory requirement. This is how I told. If there are updates in standards or regulatory requirements, everybody should know it. If there is a new product or a new process introduced, okay, or a new product is there, you can do the audits. Or if a new infrastructure is there, new equipment is there, you can do the audit. So what is the auditor competency? He should be trained in ISO 13485 and ISO 190011. This is on how to do the audits, auditing, okay, guidelines for auditing. But this is not so important. You should know all the clause, subclause in ISO 13485. Okay, and you should not audit your own work. Suppose if you are in QC, you should not audit your own department. You should audit other departments. Okay, others will audit your department. Okay. Undergo periodic calibration training means, suppose today I will give you internal auditor training certificate. So after every 2 years or 3 years, you should again undergo one more training. Okay, if there are any changes in the QMS. Suppose today I give you training, I give you certificate, but in 2027 or 28, a new edition comes. Okay, ISO 13485 2028. Or if there are some amendments to already 2016, you should know that and you should get trained on that. If new edition comes, okay, it won't be different, it will be the same, but there will be some new things that will be added, but you should know that. And maintain impartiality, you should not be partial or biased. Okay. The other is audit preparation. How you will do the, before you do the audit, actually you can follow like the lead auditors do this. You need to do the audit plan, like what I am going to do, what is the agenda, Okay, what is the date, time, scope, criteria, and what is the audit team? Okay, what is the audit checklist? Clause base, which I am going to share with you, or I'll show today. Previous audit findings. I told you previous audit findings and what is their status, whether they are closed or open. Issued important. Relevant SOPs and records list. Okay, you should have before you audit, you should have what are the SOPs and records of the department and their previous audit findings. Sampling plan, I said, it's not possible to audit everything. Okay, so what you do is you look at what is the highest risk that you audit, the number of records, okay, product criticality. If the product is high risk, you will audit. If the product is having more sales, you will audit them. So it depends upon which one, how sampling you can do. Conduct out operating, generally this happens in lead auditor training. First you will conduct a opening meeting. You call all the auditees, heads of the auditees, and you tell you this is what we are doing. We are auditing your QMS as per ISO 13485 and auditing system 19011. We are auditing so and so department, so and so dates. Okay, and the methodology is sampling, random sampling method based on the risk or based on the complaints or something. What is the time schedule? Okay, introduce audit team. This is for internal external auditors because internal auditor everybody knows everyone. Okay,
Yes.
and communication channels are for external auditors. Then how you execute the audit? You should review the document SOPs, design master files or batch manufacturing records, validation reports, calibration reports, training records, PMS files, process walkthrough. You have to do first walkthrough all the processes in the room. If you are in R&D, you need to inspect total R&D department. Inspect in the sense you need to walk through and see what is the infrastructure, what is the equipment they have, what is the products they are developing, whether they are labeled or proper, is the room neat and clean. That is process walkthrough. Observe in real time. This is what I told. Real time is when they are working. Because there is audit, they should not shut down everything. Okay. I have seen some companies where if there is an audit, they will close all work, close all operations. Production stops, QC stops, purchasing don't do any work, there is no sterilization. Everything, total company will stop working. But that is not real time. Okay, real time means everything should be working, then only audits will be done. Okay, this already told. Implementation against documented requirements. You have documents,
Yes, sir.
but whether they are implementing it or just they are having only documents in their files or they are really implementing in the shop floor, you need to check it. Because I know 90% people won't implement what is documented. Okay, they'll have a lot of SOPs, but they won't implement, practice it. You can interview people, mainly the HOD, you can interview anyone. Okay, ask them questions like simple questions like what work you are doing, are you facing any NCs, problems, are you getting proper training, what is the comply policy, what is the risk of your devices, do you know the risk of devices? You can ask like you need any additional training, all this. Show me, or you can ask them how you do this. Suppose somebody is doing some QC, you can ask them how, show me how you are checking the pH or the vernier caliper or something. Or you can ask them, explain me the process. Okay. Sampling, you can verify some samples. 3 samples or more for critical processes, risk-based sampling and random sampling. This I explained to you. Identification of findings. Findings must include requirements, okay, as per ISO or SOP. What are the requirements? I told like objective evidence, finding classification. Okay, whether they are following the requirements as per ISO 13485 or the requirements that are there in the SOP, are they following? If they are following, what is the evidence? If they are not following also, you need to say that they are not following. I have an objective evidence to say that they are not following it. Okay, if they are following, you can also tell, I mean, you don't tell, okay, they are following, that is fine. If they are not following, you need to find the objective answer. And what is the finding classification? Classification means it's observation, minor or major. And the auditor should not give consultancy, you should not give suggestions. Maybe after the audit, you can give suggestions or solutions to them. Okay. Okay, classification of findings. This is the definitions like conformity, good practices. These are very, very important. Okay, observation or OFI, opportunity for improvement, area needing improvement. You don't give it as a NC, but you say that this is the area where you can improve. Okay, uh, there is an opportunity for improvement in this. That is an observation. Okay, minor NC is one-time lapse. Okay, it's a one process where there is a lapse or one procedure where there is a lapse. Okay, which may not directly affect the, I told in the internal auditor section that it should not directly affect the safety of the product. Okay, and it should not be systemic. This also I showed. One time lapse, if it is, it should not become systemic means it should not spread to others. Okay, a process or something procedure, if it spreads to other processes, it will become systemic. That is the reason I told you initially in the QMS, in a process based approach, okay, all the processes are interlinked. It's not that one department or one process is isolated. Okay, you find lot of interlinking of the processes. So if it is one time lapse, one process lapse, that is fine. If the process is interlinked with another process, then it becomes systemic. I explained to you. It spreads to other departments, second department, third, and it total all QMS. Okay, major NC I told you, it, it is a systemic failure. Systemic failure means it has spread through all processes. Okay, there is a wrong with process in total department or it has spread to other department. They are not following it. Okay, and there is a risk to the product. Okay, direct regulatory risk to the product, or there are repeated minor NCs. Okay, if the NCs are repeating again and again, say in the last audit you have the same NC, this audit you have the same NC, then you will give it as a major. Okay, this I will give you NC grading. There is one SOP, how you need to grade it. Then there will be closing meeting. Closing, you will tell what is the summary of audit. You will also tell some good things about the audit, not all NCs. Some are very good. These things you are doing good. Then you will tell about the observations. These are the areas where you need to improve. Then you will tell what are the minor NCs, what are the major NCs. Okay, and importantly, what are the deadlines? What are the timelines for doing corrective actions or COPA? Okay, this is called as audit trail. After the audit, it is called audit trail. Trail means what is the follow? Means they need to do the corrective action within stipulated time, 1 week or 10 days or 15 days, and they need to submit it to you. Once they submit to you, then you do the verification. Okay, if your verification is okay, the correction is okay in verification, you will say it is fine, we'll close it. If there is any problem with the corrective action, you say you need to do more corrective actions because there is a chance it may reoccur. See, if the internal auditor closes the NC without checking the verification, okay, actually the internal auditor is more liable for the NCs or
Yes.
reoccurrence of the NCs. Okay, the internal auditor should carefully look at, verify the NCs, corrective actions of the NCs. Some blindly say, okay, you have done without looking at the document. Some people just sign it, but that NC comes again. Okay, that should not happen. Okay, audit report means final report. What are the audited details? Means what NCs you have found, whatever, what first you need to write what are the documents you have checked. SOPs, what are the records you checked, what are the equipment you checked, what are the process, whatever you checked, you need to write it down. And next, okay,
Yes, sir.
which department you audited, what is the summary of the audit. Next, fourth one is important. What are the NCs? What is the number? Okay, you have to give NC number. This is the one. And the clause reference to the NC. Okay, this I already told. First, you need to write what is the NC, what is the clause reference to the NC, and what is the objective evidence of the NC, and what is the NC type. Okay, observation, minor or major, and what is the risk justification. If you say it is a major, what is the major risk? If it is a minor, what is the risk? You can also tell what is their strengths and good practices, what you have practiced good, and what are your strengths, and overall conclusion.
Yes, sir.
So audit report should be given within 5 working days. Generally, this is for external audits, but for internal audits, immediately you can give it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is follow up and verification. I already explained correction implemented, correction is effective, the issue is not repeated, risk is reduced to acceptable level. Okay, when you do correction, the risk has to be acceptable, there should not be any risk. And the issue should not be repeated, NC should not be repeated, the corrective action should be effective and it should be implemented. If it is not effective, NC remains open. Okay, and if it is open and they are not closing it, you need to escalate it to management representative. You have to tell it to management representative or the management saying that they are not closing the NC. I have told them. Actually, in Indian companies, it won't go to such a stage
Yes, sir.
uh, because everybody will be friendly. MR, if we tell, he'll say, I'll close tomorrow after 1 week. Uh, Even MR will say, let him take some time. He's busy with some other work. Okay. This is only on paper that we talk all this, but internally, you know what is going to happen.
Yes, sir.
Because I have done a lot of internal audits. Okay, I have done lead audits. Lead audits, external audits, I'll do it very strictly,
Yes, sir. Okay.
and I will do client audits more strictly. Client audits means supplier audits or sterilization audits. Outsourced, if there are anything outsourced, we need to do the audit. That I will do very strictly.
Okay, sir.
Internal audits, then first time I'll do very strictly. Second time, if they are not responding, then
Yes.
I generally I don't audit. I
Okay.
say somebody audit. Okay, and you need to report this to the management. This is the NCs, this is the systemic, this, okay, all this. And you need to record, this is the plan checklist. I'll share you the checklist.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a flow chart. Like you start, could be periodic, not necessarily annual, audit plan, planning meeting, execution, NC identification, closing meeting, audit report, corrective action, follow up, closure, management review, all this. This is the SOP. Okay, I'll quickly tell you what is this NC grading.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is SOP on NC grading. Okay, how you do it. The purpose is, okay,
Yes, sir.
should have a uniform classification of NCs, like what is observation, what is minor NC, what is major NC. And again, I'm repeating this risk based grading. Those which have highest risk, or highest risk means which impacts the safety and performance of the product, you need to give it as major. Okay, this is as per, I'm not telling this. This standard ISO 9 1009 19011 tells you the one which has highest risk. You should give it as major, or direct impact on safety. You should give it as major. If it is an isolated case, minor. If it is just a small one, observation for improvement.
Yes, sir.
This is, these are all definitions.
Okay, sir.
So this is important. Grading of NC. Observation when a requirement is met but improvement is possible. Okay, still you can do improvement, like okay, they have done some SOP, but still they can improve on the SOP. Giving, suppose in the SOP they have not properly mentioned the revision date or the dates, or they have not, in SOP you should give the definitions. They have not given definitions of, or they are not given the references. You say that your SOP is fine, but still you can improve on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, early warning signs. Okay, in the sense, new companies, early warnings, you can say that first time audit, I am telling you, otherwise, this will become a major one.
Yes, sir.
Or the practice is weak or inconsistent. Suppose there is an SOP procedure, they are not practicing it. They have an SOP, but they are not practicing the procedure, or they are inconsistently doing. You must tell that you need to do this as observation. Minor is and single, as I said, a single process or procedure, non-systemic, okay, non-conformance. Okay, no direct risk to regulatory compliance. Okay, no direct impact on product quality. Okay, this is minor. Major is systemic, okay, repeated findings, multiple related minor issues or minor entries. Requirement is not implemented or absent. If there is no SOP, suppose if there is SOP, there are mistakes in SOP, you can give as observation. If there are made some very important mistakes in the SOP, there's some mistakes in SOP like say review date, the definitions, or you can tell observation. In the SOP, they are not following some important requirements. I say supplier agreement, they have not included verification. Okay, you can give minor and saying that you need to verify the product. Major NC is actually there is no SOP. Did you understand?
Yes,
There
sir.
is no SOP on purchasing process. There is no SOP on verification process. When there is no SOP on that particular requirement, you give it as a major NC. If SOPs are there, there is some issue, you can give it as major and minor. If there is no SOP for a certain thing, if there is no standard test procedure, there is a test or there is some test they are doing, there is no procedure how to do the test. There is no record.
Yes.
Okay, there is no SOP, then you have to make it major. Okay. See,
Yes,
this
sir.
escalation is not for internal audit. This escalation majorly happens for uh, MDSAP audit. There is one called MDSAP audit. If there are three minor NCs in the same process, you can make it as one major NC. Okay, you can escalate three minor NCs to, okay, repeated NCs I told you can make it as major NC.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the NC document, you should include NC number, what is the process department, clause number, what is the requirement, what is the objective evidence, what is the NC grading, what is the risk justification, auditor name and date. Okay. Then verification and closure. This I already discussed. Okay, this is on NC.
Yes.
Okay, and one last document I'll show it to you. To show you the checklist that will be useful for you
Okay,
when
sir.
you are doing the audits. You can use this checklist. This checklist I have given clause wise, but you can make it department wise also.
Yes, sir.
See, clause general requirements in clause 4.1. These are what you need to look for. Okay. Clause 4.1. What 4.1 talks? It is the quality management system document, implement, maintain in accordance with the requirement of ISO. This is the clause. So what you have to look in are the processes needed to in the QMS present identified, established, is the process map available. Okay. Is the sequence and interaction between the processes determined? I showed you one diagram on process interaction.
Yes.
Okay. That we should first check whether the process interaction is there. Are criteria methods for operation and control of quality system process established? Okay, or whether SOPs are there, you need to check. All SOPs are there, or there are any missing SOPs? Are required resources available? Resources in the sense it could be human resource, or it could be machines, or it could be infrastructure. Okay. Are quality system processes monitored and measured? Okay. Mainly the internal auditors. Internal audits are conducted periodically. Are you taking customer feedback, manufacturing process? Because they come in general requirements.
Yes, sir.
Suppose if you come to clause 4.1 also is, are outsourced process adequately controlled? Okay, how are outsourced processes controlled? You need to check how you are controlling sterilization, what are the records, or outputs of outsourced process verified. or subcontractors and suppliers required to operate, maintain quality management system. Okay, you can look and ask all these questions or look for this.
Yes, sir.
See, if they comply, you can say, okay, they have this, they comply with this, you can take okay. If they are not complying, okay,
Before we going
you can
internal
write
audit, like,
here. Here you have to write your notes,
yes,
okay,
sir.
what they are not complying and what is the evidence. So once you write the objective evidence, so and so SOPs, they are not complying, the record is incomplete, so and so. That is the audit's notes and the evidence is. So now you have the clause. As per this clause, okay, this is what they are not following.
Yes, sir.
This is the evidence. Okay. For all clause you have this. You can use this as a checklist. I will also share one more checklist where it is department wise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is class wise. I'll share department wise also.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. By night I'll share whatever documents I told you.
Hi, yes, sir.
So anything else?
It's fine, sir. It's cleared.
Yeah, that's fine. If you have any doubts, let me know on WhatsApp. Okay.
Okay. Oh, sir.
And for interview, when you are attending interview, let me know which company it is, what is that interview.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And the other thing is, if you want to attend AIML and QARA both,
Yes.
okay, let me know.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Because both you can attend, I won't charge you much.
Okay, sir.
Uh, you can attend that. Both of them you can attend.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, because generally I charge separately for AIML, I charge 8,000 and for
Okay.
QARA, I charge 6,500. But for both AIML and QARA, I will take only 4,500 from you
Yes, sir.
because you are looking for a job.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, from students and those who don't have job, I charge only half. So
Okay.
for
Thank.
4,500, you can attend both AIML and QARA. Okay,
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
fine. Take care.
Okay. Sir, can I one screen share, sir? Can I share?
Yeah.
Just I will share screen, sir. Like,
Okay.
is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Like I made like this clauses 1, 2, 3. Whatever you shared, one content, everything I like kept a separate folder.
Yeah. I'll share some more. Yeah. This
Yes.
is good.
Uh, Class
You,
wise, I
you
will
go
make.
through all this. I'll share some more documents also on internal audit and all that.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And I'll also share uh, some NCs and some of the SOPs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That you keep it in separate folder, all SOPs and what are the list of NCs.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. This is good.
Okay.
Okay. You
Uh,
go through this and importantly, let me know when you are ready to write the exam.
okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Meanwhile, I will share with you some model question papers.
Yes, sir. It's good.
Okay, that will help you.
Okay.
So when
Is
you
it
yeah,
time
let
based
me
or like how? Is it like?
yeah, I said it's open book like
Sir. Okay.
you can take 1 hour to write it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Like model question paper also share, sir. Like meanwhile, I'll prepare
Yeah,
this.
yeah, I'll share the model question paper.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. Take care and be in touch
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
because
Thank you,
I
sir.
need to give you these certificates. Okay. Of
Yes,
course,
sir.
I hope you will join AML and QA sections.
Yes, sir. Sure, sure. I'll join. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right, take care.
Okay,
Any
thank
help,
you, sir.
just call me or post to me.
Okay, sir. Sure, sure.
If you need any help. Anyway, I'll review your CV and update in couple of days.
Okay, sir. Once exam completion of
Yeah, yeah.
I will update. I will share you, sir. If any changes, any modified alters,
Yeah,
I
we'll
will.
do it.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Take care.
bye. Bye, take care.
Okay, sir. Bye. Bye. Thank you.